Order, please rise for Mayor Fougere.
Please be seated. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the December 7th meeting of City Council, where we'll be considering the 2016 budget. Do I have a motion to confirm the agenda, please?
So moved.
Councillor Bryce, a seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move to right into delegations and related reports. We have 4 delegations with respect to the Regina Police Service budget. Aidan Davis is the first delegation. If you could state your name, who you represent, and who's with you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Hello, I'm Aidan Davis, and this with me is Bob Hughes. Okay, on the issue of increased officers, I would first like to thank the Council for the opportunity to voice my concerns on this issue. I would like to focus on some of the Regina Police Service's person-to-person relationship with the public as an example as to why an increase in the RPS officers may be a bad investment. For starters, police have been spending time on this new unwanted guest initiative. The recent decision to remove public benches from bus stop locations around parts of town to discourage loitering near certain businesses happened because the police requested it from public transit. This means that all users now have to stand while waiting at these locations. There are lots of citizens that rely on this service, many of whom have varying medical conditions or otherwise that need to be able to sit down. This may already be a bad decision because many benches are used for advertising, and this could be a cutback on revenue. I feel the Regina Police Service also needs a lot of work in terms of service too. For a service that is focused on maintaining a positive public appearance, they have a tendency to damage their own image when working with individuals. When trying to make a complaint or waiting for updates, for example, the amount of time often lags into months. When asked about this, the general response from the RPS is that they are understaffed, but this begs to question, where do they find time to correspond with the transit service about loitering? An additional problem is when police respond to a call and decide to act based on one-sided information. When the suspect is actually cooperating, but RPS don't seem to care about their side of the story, like they are more concerned with making an arrest and less about a resolution. I know lots of people that share experiences when officers acted inappropriately or seem to not know how to handle the situation correctly. When this happens, there is no way to sort things out or to satisfy the outrage felt by individuals. The overall attitude received at times like this, even when generally cooperating, comes across as hostile at best. The RPS doesn't take criticism from citizens well and are unopen to suggestions and solutions. The RPS will point to the Public Complaints Commission as an alternative course of action, but this system also proves to have lengthy wait times for correspondences and generally concludes in favor of the RPS. I feel that to support the RPS in an increase of funding for additional officers now would be a bad investment unless their work with citizens improves. And just to clarify, I'm talking about the RPS interaction with citizens in relatively minor situations, not major cases. I think the RPS first needs to concentrate on training its officers to respectfully communicate with all Regina citizens before putting more officers on the beat. Personally, I think they should be able to show that they are working towards improving their service for all of the citizens of Regina. If RPS officers displayed a greater willingness to treat citizens as innocent until proven guilty, I would support an increase for more officers. I would like to thank City Hall again for allowing me to speak and share my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being engaged and coming out here tonight. I'm just wondering if you have any. Okay, so through your presentation, I heard about outcomes. Having to show maybe a better job of what good work is being done. When there's good work being done, do you have any specific questions that you would like me or the rest of the council to ask administration or the police directly? Thanks.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite
Do you have any specific questions you'd like asked?
Do I have any specific questions?
Yeah.
No, not at this time.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Thank you very much. If there are no questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and we'll continue on with our delegations. The next delegation is DE 15-98, Andrew Lowen. Mr. Lowen, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You, in turn, have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
I'm Andrew Lowen. So the budget submission from the Regina Police Service calls for additional funding for assault rifles and more constables. In 2015, the City of Regina spent more than 3 times as much on policing as on community services. And now the city is being asked for even more public dollars to be spent on arming the RPS more heavily. Any increased allocation of public funds in a budget ought to meet real social needs in Regina. Amid a crisis of affordable housing and increasing inequality in this city, it seems reasonable to ask whether militarizing the police and expanding the police budget is the correct priority for public dollars. On August 17th, the Globe and Mail published a national investigation into the police practice of street checks or carding. This followed years of community mobilization and increased media scrutiny of this racially discriminatory practice. Unlike police services in Saskatoon, Prince Albert, and Moose Jaw, the RPS did not share its statistics with the Globe and Mail. The figures from the study indicate that on a per capita basis, police conduct street checks 5 times as frequently in Saskatoon as in Toronto, where the practice has been widely decried as racist and oppressive. In Toronto, the targets for street checks are disproportionately people of color. In Saskatchewan, the targets are disproportionately Indigenous people. I hope that everyone here today is interested in creating a city that is genuinely more safe for all residents. And the fact is, there is oppression in Regina, and the police play a direct role in people's experiences of racial profiling, intimidation, harassment, violence, and differential treatment based on class, ability, and racialization. The RPS is the organization that rehired Constable Rob Power after he repeatedly lied on the record about his assault of Eddie Stonechild. It was only after a court judge ordered the release of security camera footage earlier this year.
Excuse me, I think that I'm going to call you out of order. That way you stay away from that particular issue. If you have a text that you gave us, you can refer to that.
I'm not allowed to speak about it.
Some of your comments earlier, as you know, were redacted for many reasons, and I'd ask you to stay away from those issues. You can move forward and add information to your report, but you were asked especially by the clerk's office on a couple of issues to not speak to those.
So I can't speak about Constable Rob Power?
I'd ask you not to.
Okay. Moving on. Almost exactly 1 year ago, on December 10th, 2015, members of the RPS profiled, roughed up, and detained Simon Moccasin. Afterward,
Once
Mr.
again,
Moccasin...
I think that this was another issue you were asked on your previous submission to not speak about that issue, and I would ask you to please refrain and move on to another perspective. Thank you.
I'm not allowed to speak about a situation that happened to my friend Simon Moccasin here in council today.
I'd ask that you not do that and refer to what was given back to you by the clerk's office. They did review your submission.
What is the reason for me not being able to speak to the experience of a friend with the police? I'm sorry?
No, I'd ask you to continue on and not speak to that issue.
Okay. So the RPS is asking for more guns and more money. More guns and cruisers for the police are not what people in Regina need today. This summer, a grassroots community group that I'm a member of held a public town hall event to address community concerns about the police in Regina. About 60 people attended and participated in the event at Knox Metropolitan United Church, just next door. The group extended an invitation to the RPS to come listen and respond to the community concerns at the public event, but the RPS ultimately rejected the invitation. And it is this organization that is asking for more guns and more money from the people of Regina. City Council is being asked to channel more public dollars to an organization whose members practice racial profiling and whose constables appear to think they are free to physically assault people without consequence. The RPS has demonstrated no substantial interest that I have seen or commitment to being accountable to the public. If more public funds are to be directed toward policing in Regina, it should be to establish an independent civilian review board and an ombudsperson who could work to bring some accountability and democratic oversight to the police. That would be a step in the right direction.
You have 30 seconds.
The RPS may be used to getting whatever it asks for from City Council, with community voices silenced and sidelined. But maybe it's time for that to change. Maybe it's time to face reality and to put a pause on the ever-expanding police budget. Maybe it's time to address the fact that the RPS has a problem with credibility outside City Hall, out on the streets, where the safety and dignity of human beings is at stake. The budget increase requested by the RPS should be rejected.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation, Mr. Lowen. First question, is it the entirety of the operating increase that's been asked for that you reject wholeheartedly, or is there specific pieces of it? Thanks.
I wholeheartedly reject any increase of budget for an organization which lacks public accountability and has demonstrated a history of violence towards Indigenous people in the city.
Order. There's no evidence of this. I'm not going to order. Let's be clear here.
Okay.
Councillor Fraser, your comments, please act accordingly, okay?
Sure. Is there anything
Yes,
else you'd like to add? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I find it very interesting that there's certain topics which have been widely reported in the news, which involve people I know, that the mayor has asked me simply not to speak about here. That seems questionable in terms of practices of democracy and transparency and accountability to me.
Order. In the gallery, please.
Okay, one last comment. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Regina has, in all likelihood, will continue to have a police force so long as we have a city here. I appreciate your comments about there's other issues you're bringing up here. Moving forward, what would you like to see? Just less money for the police? Or?
As I mentioned, a step in the right direction would be the establishment of an independent civilian review board and an ombudsperson to offer some accountability and some oversight to an organization that patrols the city with guns.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Chad Novak. Mr. Novak, would you please identify yourself? You have, who represents you, have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council, City Administration, members of the gallery. My name is Chad Novak, and I am here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for individual taxpayers. I'm here today to address the recommended 2016 Regina Police Service budget. I would first like to note that it is becoming increasingly more difficult for the average taxpayer to find any financial documentation regarding the Regina Police Service budget. Worse off, it's near impossible to find the audited financial statements indicating how they did in comparison with their anticipated budgets. Through my investigations, I have only been able to obtain financials through a thorough search of City Council documents around budget time. Now, in the interest of transparency in tonight's report, it clearly states that the information was considered at a private session on October 21st, 2015. Now, to me, and for the great citizens of Regina, this is completely unacceptable. I can appreciate that if there are confidential items being discussed, that information needs to be considered in a private session. However, for the entire budget process to be considered behind closed doors until this meeting, 100% unacceptable for those I represent, and it should be unacceptable to you as well. The entire budget process should be as transparent as possible, and keeping discussions behind closed doors suggests to the public that there is something that the RPS is afraid the public of knowing until such time it hits your agenda. Now, after reviewing their submitted budget, I can see why the Board of Police Commissioners are afraid of the public knowing the details until the absolute last minute. Continued 5 to 6% increases for the past number of years, each and every year. And with that, absolutely zero public accountability. In all the years I have monitored city budget processes, I have yet to see any efforts by council or administration to suggest that there may be some ways for the RPS to trim that exorbitant annual increase. I can understand how easily it can be to justify more money being spent on policing services. After all, the publicly appealing explanation is increased public safety. However, that is far too lazy of an explanation, and it assumes one thing. Throwing more money at the police magically means that it will increase our safety. Now, if that was the case, then why not throw $1 billion at them and we completely eliminate crime? Now, you see what a ridiculous assumption that is? Now, with that said, the voting public deserve to have full disclosure on where these extra funds are being allocated. I'm sure that they would be shocked to know that a majority of their tax dollars go to overhead and administration and not to frontline officers. For example, there is a 46.5% increase in quote-unquote community services between 2015 and 2016. It's in figure 1 in your package. And a 15% increase in administration between 2014 and 2015. It's figure 2. Now, I'd love to give you more examples, but unfortunately, well, the information is severely limited in this year's submitted budget documentation. In closing, there is simply no control or accountability at the Regina Police Service in terms of financial projections or results. They continually ask for increases in their budget and automatically get it, literally no questions asked, as well as go well over budget every single year, sometimes by tens of millions. I note there was a $25 million overage 2 years ago. This is completely unacceptable, and at minimum, there should be questions asked on these variances and why the continued increases are needed. I don't see any questions or satisfactory explanations in city documents, nor through the media. And no, public safety is not an adequate response. Treat them as you would treat any other city-funded organization, like Regina Transit or the Regina Public Library. This is an area where tremendous savings can and should be achieved. Now, to quell any suggestions that cuts might impact frontline service, since a substantial amount of the funds are spent at the administration level, this should have minimal, if any, impact on the levels of frontline service that the citizens of Regina currently expect and deserve from their police force.
Mr. Novak, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you so much for your time today, and I will now open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Just wondering if you have anything else to add. Thanks.
I just want to make sure that the citizens of Regina get a fair shake when it comes to their tax dollars. The Regina Police Service continually gets these increases year over year over year. Not saying they're not worth it, but I would like to see some accountability in there. Same as we would for any other organization. We have, I was here, I was witness to see how the Civic Museum had to fight their way for money. So why not treat the police the same way? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions? You can return to the gallery,
Thank
and
you.
we'll go on to our last delegation on the police service budget. Florence Stratton. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Florence Stratton. I'm representing myself. I'm here to ask City Council to turn down the request of Regina Police Service for a 4.5% increase in its 2016 budget. My reason for making this request is as follows. There is a contradiction between, on the one hand, the RPS mission statement and listed values, and on the other, some of the practices of the RPS. According to the budget document, the RPS's mission is, quote, public service first. The RPS also lists as its values respectful professional service. Cleverly, the first letters of these three values spells out RPS. The problem is that not all members of the public receive respectful professional service from the RPS. This is made evident in Appendix B of the RPS documents, which opens with the statement, the following are highlights of 2015 accomplishments. One of these highlighted RPS accomplishments is, quote, the School Resource Officers 2015 Spring Break Project, which yielded 20 park checks, 188 checks around school grounds, 42 files investigated, and 2 street checks. More stats follow. What are all these checks? Street checks, school checks, park checks. They are the police practice of randomly stopping citizens to collect information when there are no grounds for doing so. Study after study has shown such checks to be a discriminatory practice. In August, the Globe and Mail did a feature article on street checks, listing the number carried out by different cities across Canada. Regina did not participate in the Globe and Mail study, although Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, and Prince Albert did. When asked why it did not take part, the RPS response was it does not keep records of the checks it carries out. That claim seems to be undermined by the enumeration of checks in the document I just read from. 200 park checks, 188 checks around school grounds, 2 street checks, etc. Because it is a discriminatory practice, the Government of Ontario recently declared it is making street checks illegal. Until the RPS stops this practice, the budget increase requested should be denied. Another highlighted RPS accomplishment is the Trespass to Property initiative, which allows businesses and the police to work collaboratively to ban repeat unwanted guests from a property. Activities that could lead to a ban include, quote, being intoxicated, harassing customers, shoplifting, etc., end of quote. Nowhere is it specified exactly what activities can give rise to a ban. Hence, much is left to the discretion of police officers and business owners, allowing room for influence by stereotypes. There are already laws prohibiting shoplifting and drunken and violent behavior. Who is this unwanted guest initiative targeting? Panhandlers are a clear target. The initiative is a replacement for the Tag Day bylaw, which police had previously used for panhandlers. This bylaw was removed in 2009 after courts found that municipal bans against panhandling violated panhandlers' charter-protected rights to freedom of expression. The last highlighted RPS accomplishment I will look at is RPS's collaboration with Regina Transit to deter loitering. The upshot of this initiative has been the removal of downtown transit benches. I'm not sure I would call this an accomplishment. It is certainly not respectful of the needs of Regina's transit users, nor is it an appropriate way to deal with Regina's homelessness problem, the solution to which is not to exclude poor people from public space, but to ensure there is safe, affordable housing for all the city's residents. In conclusion, I ask City Council to deny the requested RPS budget increase until the contradictions between RPS values and RPS practices are resolved. All Regina citizens, not just those who have class and race privilege, must receive respectful professional service from Regina Police Service.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot, Mr. Stratton, for coming out. Same question I posed to Mr. Lowen. There is a police force. Obviously, there presumably always will be a police force in a city like Regina. What ultimately, beyond the budget piece we're looking at tonight, what ultimately do you want?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
What ultimately do you want to see change? I mean, we're talking today about a budget increase, but beyond that, what's at issue?
Well, I would like to see the contradictions between the stated values and the practices resolved, and maybe that resolution would come from an independent citizens overview board.
Okay, and do you have anything else to add?
Well, I've been thinking about panhandling. I mean, all of panhandling comes up in this city way too regularly, and I guess I wonder why there is so much outrage in this city when poor people ask us for money. I mean, when charities come to our door, most of us bring out our checkbooks. But somehow when some poor person is asking us for money, there is a terrible, terrible outrage. And the only answer I can think of is that perhaps panhandlers remind us of the inequalities and injustices in our society, and that we should perhaps be addressing those issues rather than having more and more police and bylaws that are targeting panhandlers.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and we'll now consider report CR 15-120. Councilor John, if you could take the chair for me, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Before I begin my formal remarks, I want to acknowledge that we have Chief Hagan and his staff here, as well as Commissioners Vic Pankratz and Gord Sullinger, part of the citizens who help govern the police service. I'll be asking the Chief a few questions in just a moment, but I want to make an opening statement to talk about the importance of the budget before us tonight. The Regina Police Service works hard to provide great value for citizens, and one measure is demonstrated through crime stats. So I can talk about those tonight, but these are only just one element, one dimension of the service that's provided. Since 2004, we have an overall crime reduction of 32%. Property crime is down 39%. Motor vehicle theft down 60%. Residential break-ins and enters down 59%. And violent crime is down 30%. So while these are very encouraging statistics, they don't tell the whole picture, because other parts of the country, the crime is going down even faster than that. So there's much more work to be done. But I want to talk about some highlights that we've had over the past year. The police service introduced the Police and Crisis Team, or PACT, in partnership with RQHR. PACT is one of a social worker and police officer who work together to improve and strengthen the response for residents experiencing mental health issues, addiction issues, etc., not in criminal activity. We have the Canine Response Education Program, or CARE, which was introduced in June, and this team of up to one officer with a Black Labrador Retriever helps victims through investigative interviews, easing the concerns of victims such as children. There's continued focus on children 11 years and old and under who are identified as at-risk involvement in the criminal justice system. This initiative, called 11UI, has expanded to children as grade 12, or 12 years old and up, and their families. This partnership with the public and separate boards in the province and health district is improving the difference between children and their families involved. The service continues to engage in the Regina social media. Twitter account has 37,000 followers, 22,000 likes in other social media like Instagram. Those are just some of the examples of what's important and what's been happening. The police service is focused on the strategic plan. This is a public consultation process, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that I know some of the delegations referred to, no understanding what's happening. A wide-range public consultation on the 4-year plan where actions are done in context of a strategic plan over a number of years. It's called Working Together to Keep Regina Safe. The 2016 budget includes the following staff adjustments: an additional 8 police officers assigned to patrol duties to enhance our frontline delivery of service, 1 school engagement officer position to support the youth in our community, 2 civilian staff to support the information technology. The 2016 budget also includes revenues of $9.2 million. This is revenue largely provided by the province and federal governments and supports about 11.3% of the police budget that would otherwise be on the burden of local taxpayers. I am very proud to move this, and I would ask for a seconder for it.
Worship, if you're looking for a seconder, I'd be happy to second it.
Thank you very much, Councilor Murray. I have a question of the Chief, if he could come forward.
Welcome, Chief. If you don't mind, before I turn for questions, I'll get you introduced who's with you, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Good evening, Acting Chair and members of Council, Your Worship. I have to my left and your right Deputy Chief Dean Ray, and Ms. Louise Moore is our Executive Director of Administration.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I'd just like to get your response to one of the delegations that spoke of all these checks that happen. Parks, schools. Am I right in saying this is community policing, where people want to see police in the neighborhood, that will be happy to see police go around and look in parks to make sure there's nothing illegal happening there, going to schools to make sure no one's breaking in? This is part and parcel of community policing, a fundamental tenet of policing. Is that not right? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Chief?
Yes, I know intimately the history behind the park initiative, given that I was a superintendent in Community Services Division when we started the project. It was really in the late 90s and into the 2000s, we were receiving numerous citizen complaints from those that were residing in the northwest area of the city. And particularly the areas affected were Lake Ridge and the areas that were particularly surrounding the newer developed lakes at that time. We were constantly being called there through the weekends. Numerous resources were being tied up throughout the entire night with bonfires, unruly behavior, liquor consumption, underage drinking, fighting, etc., damage to property. So the residents actually were so concerned, and to their credit, they had asked for public consultation and meetings with us. We had many meetings at Riffle High School, and surrounding businesses were consulted. And we quickly identified very much a real concern for the quality of life of the residents that were residing in and around the northwest area of the city, to the point they were informing us they were no longer able to enjoy their own parks and their own backyards, and they were intimidated and afraid to use public spaces. So we drafted a plan, a response plan that included high visibility, proactive, visible patrols. We engaged our school resource officers in a proactive manner, knowing that they knew well who the young people were, primarily. Early in the evening, we had them out starting at 4 o'clock to create a visible presence, to add deterrence, and engage with the youth in a meaningful way to obviously try and curtail any problems that might develop later, and establish relationships to seek their cooperation in not being disruptive in their neighborhood parks. So we've been conducting those park checks now for a number of years. We still continuously receive complaints from areas of public spaces pertaining to quality of life for citizens. But we do know it's been very effective in a proactive way. The numbers that were cited in the report speak to checks, but not necessarily individual person checks. We asked them to log how many parks they went to and how many drive-bys or walkthroughs. So those are not to be confused with street checks, because the data is a different set of criteria to become what we're seeing visually here. So, but you know, we consider this to be part of community policing. Back to the question specifically, in terms of being proactive and responsive to our community needs.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So the checks that were referenced by the delegation are not individual checks of people. They are of circumstances of geographic areas.
When it says, for example, park checks, that's physical park green space locations that were checked, which doesn't necessarily mean there was any interaction or not. There would have been in some circumstances, I'm sure, but that's not what these numbers represent.
Right. So it's not that the police service is profiling any individual. It's simply looking at an area where they've heard complaints, concerned about someone maybe breaking into a school, that kind of thing.
It's all evidence-based in terms of our responses, and we obviously we need to use our resources wisely. So we direct our resources to the areas that are presenting potential risk to the community.
I have two other much smaller questions to ask you. The first one is, there's been a number of public opinion surveys done that have spoken to the reliability and view of the public related to police service. And my recollection is that the public satisfaction of the police service is over 90%. In the latest ones that have been done, I believe it's every 2 years. Can you speak to that number and other reflections within the survey that's done for residents across Regina?
Yes, we've actually done 3 surveys, community perception surveys, excuse me. And we do them every 2 years. And we just completed the latest one. We did a media release informing the community we're embarking upon the same independent process this year. We do not have all the results for that survey yet, but in the 2 previous biannual surveys, and this is a very robust survey. I would suggest it's one of the most robust surveys done in Canada, to our knowledge, pertaining to a police service that's asking what I consider to be relevant, and some would describe them as hard questions pertaining to our approachability, our professionalism, our quality of service, and a number of questions are contained. And the results in the previous one were, according to the University of Regina professor that oversees the independence, of 80% were either satisfied or extremely satisfied with our service. And over 80% talked about the quality of service. And once again, those were just 2 indicators. And the preliminary results we received this year is that those numbers have actually increased in those categories this year, although I don't have the firm data available tonight.
Thank you, Chief. Just one last statement. I think it's very clear from my perspective as Chair of the Police Commission and Mayor of the City that the issue of public accountability is absolutely transparent in this case. Every month we have a Police Commission meeting. We have a public display, a public discussion of reports. We have a strategic plan that is widely distributed among the community. So the issue between what is said, values, and conduct are one and the same, Mr. Chair. I'd urge members of this council to support this budget before us. It is reasonable and fair. It meets all the priorities that this council has spoken for a number of years. It remains less than 20% of our overall budget. It is prudent. We have a geographically larger city. We have more demands, more complex crime to fight. But it's not just fighting crime, Mr. Chair. It's crime prevention. It's community policing. It's working with those on the street who have other issues that are not criminally responsible for what they're doing, mental health issues. The police are the ones on the street to deal with that at the very beginning of that. So many of the calls they receive are not related to criminal code activities. It's a very difficult job to do, Mr. Chair. More resources clearly are needed. I'd urge members of council to vote in favor of this budget. Thank you.
Chief, I'll get you to stay. I think there'll be more questions for you, okay? Just put it under that heading. Yep.
We have Councillor Hinks.
Well, thank you, and I would like to thank you for the great job that you do. And you're talking about meetings at Riffle and having a presence in Northwest. Well, I thank you for that, and I know the residents of Northwest are really happy with your presence out there, and they don't care about the checks. First of all, I want to tell you, I come from a different side of things, and I don't think any of the presenters had it came from where I did. It's like I grew up in North Central on welfare, and the policemen were on me all the time because I was doing bad things. And I ended up in the Dojak Center where I passed grade 8, and there was a city policeman that took me under his wing and mentored me and helped me get to a different place. And I thank you guys for that, and I know that a lot of that's happening now because I did coach high school football for 25 years, and seeing how great the policemen were that were in the school. They knew things were going to happen before they ever happened, and they also helped coach and be part of the school. And like I say, that's a great thing you guys are doing with the high school stuff. I also want to say that the PR work that the policemen are doing is wonderful. I have a 3-year-old grandson who happens to be half Aboriginal, and he, as soon as he sees a policeman, he runs and hugs them because they got these little tattoos for him. They put on their face RPS, and it's really a good communication strategy to show that policemen are people just like they are. And I have not had one call in 13 years on council of anybody objecting to the police getting more money. Not one call from my neighborhood, my ward, and so that tells me that they want what we're giving you, and you're doing a good job. And the other thing I want to cover is crime has changed so much. We see, I get reports every day, and it's in the media about all the dangerous crimes. Like when I was growing up, there weren't those dangerous crimes with guns and all that sort of stuff. And I wouldn't want to be a policeman going to a door in today's world not knowing what's on the other side of that door. And like I couldn't do that, and I'm glad there's people like you that do that. All the weapons, like this week alone, weapons, drugs, there's a whole bunch of busts. And one of the most important things I want to mention is there was a stabbing, I think it was on 8th Avenue or somewhere in Northwest, and a policeman saved this person's life by putting a tourniquet on him and being there. Now, what happens if we didn't have enough police to cover that? I mean, it was great that they were there, and he saved a life because they were there, and yeah. I just want to say that the police presence is great, and I very much support 8 new police officers. And I love seeing them in the summertime on their bikes, riding through Northwest Regina in the parks and talking to people along the way. And I don't know why these people object to it, because the people in my neighborhood think it's great having their presence there, and I support it full-heartedly that all the things you guys do. I happen to do a lot of work in North Central, specifically with the North Central Family Center. And Councillor Murray and I both do a lot of things there. And I know if I asked Sandy Wonkel, the executive director of the center, I mean, she would support this presence by police totally. Like, I don't know why anybody would object to it. And as far as weapons and stuff like that, with what you guys are facing, like I say, behind that closed door, and we've seen what happened in the States. I mean, these guys here have these automatic weapons, and we have to equip you to deal with that. And I guess I'm going to end by saying I think you're doing a great job. I'll be supporting the budget, and thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'm going to start with a couple of questions. Because I think there's some language difference between the checks that they're talking about and the park checks that we're doing. Would you classify what you're calling as checks more as patrols rather than carding somebody? I heard somebody say.
Yes, in no way those numbers that were cited, and with due respect to the delegation previous to me, is reflective of the number of what's typically being called carding around the country. That's not, these are not in any way similar or representative of that described activity, which I call street checks, which is carding, which some people refer to.
So it's just a language difference between how we're using the word checks?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Could you also tell me why you feel police officers need more weapons?
Okay. We are one of the last provinces, and I cannot say we're the absolute last province, but I know we're absolutely one of the last few remaining provinces that have not modernized the patrol weapons. And it's been well researched by the Saskatchewan Police Commission. It's not a decision of the chief of the day here. It's not a decision of the administration, with all due respect here, that can make. We are now authorized to carry that weapon where we were not before. That is a civilian overlay in the province of Saskatchewan, the Saskatchewan Police Commission, which regulates all deployment of weaponry and establishes the training for police officers, completely civilian. And after considerable research by the Commission, it was deemed in the public's interest to go to a carbine-style weapon. Prior to that, and that's a long-barreled weapon, prior to that, there was shotguns that were authorized within the Act. And for many years, we had shotguns. You would have seen often in the patrol vehicles and the vertical racks. Those were shotguns. Well, they have been since authorized, as I mentioned, for good reason. Shotguns, while have some value, are far less accurate in terms of their overall accuracy and the chance of a innocent individual or a stray round through buckshot because the patterns typically disperse over a period of time if you know shotgun shell rounds. And the accuracy, as I mentioned, is the big factor. And the penetrating power, if you go to a slug with a shotgun, they'll walk literally almost through an engine block. So if you're in a apartment building or a multi-dwelling environment or even a residential area, they can be quite lethal if and have very, very tragic consequences if they're not if the officer misses the object that they're firing at. So the carbines have been proven to have greater accuracy. They're easier for members to operate, and the ease of use facilitates and lends itself to greater accuracy. And the penetrating power of a .223 round caliber, which will be the caliber of the weapon, is less dangerous in terms of overall penetration through apartment walls or any fixed object. So in light of, so we've had for 20 or 30 years long-barreled weapons because there's a place for them. Fortunately, and we hope we never have to deploy them in, say, an active shooting environment, but there have been too many unfortunate stories throughout Canada and the world in North America pertaining to active shooters. And time is of the essence, and lives are in play. So the carbines provide the safest method currently to encounter such a volatile and dangerous situation for our community.
Thank you. I'd also like to give you the opportunity to respond to anything you've heard tonight with the other delegations, if you so choose.
Well, there seems to be some confusion maybe around the trespass initiative that we have ongoing. That was a result of what we heard from the community and a response that was developed in consultation with the community and particularly business owners. Businesses have the right to ban or prohibit anyone they choose in any, it's a private building. So they inherently make those decisions who they want in or out of their building. They're, I guess, held accountable through human rights legislation and other pieces of legislation, but ultimately it's their call. We do not have the authority, unless they're arrested, to take someone out of a private dwelling or business. So in response to what we're hearing from businesses, where they're having multiple individuals or the same individuals on multiple occasions rather, say entering the premises, causing a disturbance, often multiple times of shoplifting, we developed the bylaw in consultation with the city. We also had an increase of calls for service downtown for these types of calls. In 2012, there was 2,508. In 2013, there was 2,607 and over 3,000 in 2014. Now that once again was causing and of course, there's a victim behind all these numbers in terms of disruption or some sort of inconvenience or worse. So we felt we needed to do something to try and bring the numbers down and reduce victimization and trouble in businesses. So far, in 2014, we've seen an 18% reduction. So I'd suggest it's working. But in conjunction with that, we're not insensitive to the people that we're dealing with. We work very closely with the Carmichael Outreach Center, for example. We try and secure temporary housing for those that are vulnerable and homeless. We work through our PAC team, our mental health response team now, to try and secure long-term mental health support for those that are suffering. So we do more than just enforce a bylaw. And plus, this isn't criminalizing, and I heard that, with all respect to the person indicating that, yes, there's cause disturbance under the criminal code, and there are some criminal consequences for a number of these things. I don't think that's appropriate to criminalize this behavior in some circumstances, so it provides a lesser option and a more sensitive option to the individual, I believe.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to respond to? Okay. I'll just add that I know Councillor Hanks, when he spoke of the policeman, he meant the police officer, man or woman. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. We knew it wouldn't be complete until you told us that. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Chief and other delegates, thanks a lot for coming here tonight, and thanks for your hard work. It's a complicated situation. I think some of the worst things that happen in Regina, you folks have to be in the middle of it. We heard from a couple delegations about accountability. Mm-hmm. What are we doing for accountability right now, and what else might we do? Thanks.
Well, I think there's unfortunately some misinformation in that regard too, and there's tons of information on our website, and I really invite people to visit our website if they're interested in policing and how we're governed as well. We have multi-layers of oversight, one being our local board here. And I always tell people I have 5 bosses, and I do. They have a critical role to play in defining the police service, and they're not police officers, and we have a business, a professional relationship, and that's what it should be. We have we have the Saskatchewan Police Commission that, as I identified, that provides oversight for policing in the province. And we have for public complaints, we have the Public Complaints Commission, which is, once again, an entirely civilian oversight body that literally has to view every public complaint that is received to the Regina Police Service, and or any police service other than the RCMP in the province of Saskatchewan. And they have total authority and jurisdiction to ensure the quality of the investigation is done properly. Often they conduct their own investigations on complaints against members. And they will, when I am directed, because they decide who investigates the complaint, if it comes to the Regina Police Service, my findings and the entire investigation, often a binder of several hundred pages thick, go to the Public Complaints Commission for them to decide whether my recommendations in terms of findings are something that they concur with or not. So we do have a very robust level of civilian oversight in the province of Saskatchewan, and I personally welcome and encourage those different entities and very much support and respect what they do.
Okay, thanks for that. One of the presenters alluded to a couple of instances in the news where the police have been highlighted. How do we make sure that doesn't happen here?
I'm not sure I understand the question, sir.
Mr. Lowen alluded to a couple instances of, I'm not sure if I'm using the term police brutality wrong. I don't actually know what that technically
Councillor Fraser, I've asked the delegation not to speak of those instances. That was redacted from their statement,
okay.
and
so
this is not debatable on the floor of this council.
Okay.
You have a more generalized question, you can do that.
Okay, so I'll rephrase the question if I might. How do we make sure we don't have...
This is why we have no evidence.
Order, please.
So it was mentioned by another councillor that in general, public opinion of police is high. I think that's That's true. There's also a lot of people in our community who are concerned about instances that they hear about that they feel that have been mishandled, police acting inappropriately, and some of those have even led to charges. How do we make sure that that doesn't happen here in Regina? Thank you.
Well, we are the first people. If I hear of something or even see a high-profile incident that is alleged to have occurred in our service, we will phone the Public Complaints Commission, and we ask them to initiate the complaint, even though someone hasn't come forward. So we take all of those allegations extremely seriously. I can never guarantee there isn't going to be mistakes that happen in the field with hundreds and millions of interactions that occur every year. But I know as a police service, in terms of our governance and our accountability to our community, that if there is a concern, we do everything that we can, including going to the Public Complaints Commission, to ensure that there's an independent, objective investigation that occurs. Now, often what we hear is allegations that are put forward either through social media or otherwise, and I always believe that behind any thorough investigation there needs to be good due process, and that takes time. So we ensure that there's a good level of investigative oversight, and the investigation itself is of good quality.
Okay. Thanks for that. Is the mechanism right?
Is it right?
Yeah.
Well, I have a great deal of confidence in, and I know the chiefs around the province do, in terms of the establishment of the Public Complaints Commission. We're highly supportive of that regulatory body, extremely supportive of it. We recognize the role. I very much appreciate the total independence that that office carries. I have total confidence in the Public Complaints Commission, and they're completely a standalone entity of any police service.
Okay, I appreciate that. The idea of racial profiling was brought up, and I just want to step away from that for a second, not as a police issue, but as an issue for our whole city, racism in Regina.
Councillor Fraser, just want to let you know that you're well beyond your 5 minutes, so if you can begin into your comments.
Okay. So if you could just speak to racism in Regina. Thanks.
From a policing perspective or just a global perspective?
The floor is yours, yeah, as you wish.
Well, I'll just make some brief comments with respect to racism, and I always attend the several events that profile community mobilization to eradicate racism. It exists in our community. To deny it, I don't believe is an accurate reflection. Of course, it exists. I don't think it is incredibly prevalent within our community, fortunately, but certainly there are pockets of racism. Within our police service, we have done a lot of work in terms of cultural training, cultural sensitivity training, and cultural competency training. And the standards that are defined within the Saskatchewan Police Act discipline regulations make it, very, very clear that we are to treat everyone with respect and without any bias, regardless of standing or favor in their communities.
Okay, one final question, if I may.
Then you've literally like 2 minutes left on 10 minutes. So you have a question, then your closing comments, and then move on to the next speaker. Okay,
thanks for your patience, everyone. The role of policing in Regina has changed, I think, for the better. We have a community policing model now that didn't used to be here. But in general, I think if you can let me have the comment that, oftentimes by the time the police are involved, it's already too late. You're dealing with the aftermath of a failure of society. So if you had, the amount of money we're talking about today is an increase, about $3 million, is about the total amount that Regina spends on social community investment fund. It's not an insignificant increase. if you had, let's say, $1 million to spend somewhere in the city outside of policing that would years from now make your job easier, where would you spend that money? Is that a clear question?
Well, it is. I must admit I'm a little reluctant
Tough question.
to make decisions
Sure.
that are not at my level. That's why we have our council, in my opinion. I'm responsible for our Regina Police Service. But I can tell you philosophically where our priorities lie as a police service, and we've worked very diligently in the areas of early intervention of young people. We know that addiction issues, homelessness, poverty, and marginalization are key, and lack of education are key drivers, rather, of and indicators of people that are going to be at risk. We work diligently, as I mentioned before, with our 11 UI. We have a number of proactive initiatives. We are very much committed to addressing within partnership and collaborative frameworks to address the root causes of crime. And I believe our work speaks for itself in that regard. I think we're highly regarded within the community for being balanced and proactive and being sensitive to the complex issues that we're facing, and we'll continue to strive to get better as we move forward with our partners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you, Chief, for that. Councillor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief, for hanging out with us. I want to start. There was a lot of folks that spoke with a lot of passion. They had a lot of conviction. You know, they spoke with a lot of emotion. Obviously, they've had interactions that weren't the way that they want them to be, not the way that we want them to be. As a police commission, and I can speak on behalf of the commission, and I know on behalf of the service, our goal is always treat everyone with the highest regard and provide them with the best level of service. And I get it. If you're in the middle of doing something that's not appropriate or wrong, you're going to end up on the wrong side of the law. And it's not a nice situation to be in. It just isn't. At the end of the day, tell me a little bit about that training. I know you did talk about cultural training. Tell me a little bit more about the type of training that we put our members through on a regular basis to ensure that that highest level. And I get it. We're not always going to be everybody's good buddy. We're just not. If you're in the middle of doing some activity which is counter to our society, criminal in nature, it's going to be a bad outcome. But tell me about the ongoing training that our members go through.
Well, we do a lot of training. As I mentioned, our cultural sensitivity training, we had worked with the Muslim Islamic communities and had the imam in to provide everyone with 4 hours of cultural sensitivity training around their faith. We've brought in elders from our Elders Advisory Council. We've worked with other elders in the community to provide insight in terms of the residential school experiences and the challenges that First Nations people are facing. We work very hard and have a partnership with the Mental Health Association. We've provided training to our frontline officers in terms of mental health training, detection, and basically training around diffusing incidents where someone might have, we encounter that suffering from a mental illness of some sort. We do a yearly block training, it's called. It's 40 hours. We'll immerse various topics such as professional standards. Our professional standards, people go down and have for the last number of years and talked about how to, what we're seeing in terms of trends with public complaints, and just asking them to be more reflective in certain areas. And maybe it's as simple as I'll use a traffic stop, for example. We get sometimes a lot of complaints around officers' attitudes on traffic stops. Nobody likes getting a ticket. But often an officer will, in good faith, say, "Have a good day," and that is often perceived as a condescending. So we bring those types of things to our officers' attentions. We also do We've done training on fetal alcohol syndrome. We do cultural training, once again, with our newcomer communities that are entering our city. So, and I work very closely with our Elders Advisory Council, which is a long-standing council of the chiefs with around 14 elders from residing neighboring communities that we meet at minimum quarterly, and they provide insight in terms of where they think the police service should be going, and it helps. I learn things, our members learn things from the elders, and we strive to be as sensitive to their traditions as well. So that's just one example.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And Your Worship, I just want to close with some brief comments, just if I could. As one of the 5 citizen representatives, and I say that because as elected officials, we're elected, but we are just citizens. We have no special power. I'm a city councilor, I'm a police commissioner, but I cannot and have no ability to change something, to create a law, to remove a law, to break a law. I cannot do anything. I can't even create a bylaw unless I get my immediate colleagues to join me and agree with it. So at the end of the day, though, that's citizen oversight. That is citizen oversight over top of policing. Your Worship, there's only one employee that we as a board have. Yourself, Councillor Hinks, myself as elected officials, and of course we were introduced to our 2 citizen appointees. We only have one employee, that's the chief. And so the chief needs to work directly for us and with us, and we represent the community. Out in North Central, in my ward, in El Ritchie, when I walk through Warehouse District, when I hang out with people and I interact with them, I'm interacting with the citizens, and they let me know what their concerns are. Your Worship, I don't get a whole lot of people saying I'm not happy with the police. I just don't. At the end of the day, I get a lot of people who are very pleased when our officers walk through a function or an event, when we're seen in welcoming new arrivals to our community, when we open up our doors and say, here's how policing in Canada is. Because you know what, the rest of the world does not enjoy the great type of policing we have here with a citizen oversight. Even our cousins to the south of us have a great amount of difficulty because they don't have citizen oversight. And so I think we're truly blessed for that. When I think about the amount of reports we see that go through the complaints, there are literally only a couple. You can count on one hand how many complaints we've had coming through the Complaints Commission on a couple of hands over the last couple of months. At the end of the day, though, we have hundreds of accolades coming through from our Twitter account, from our Facebook, from the letters that are sent to us. So I appreciate that there are those that are frustrated, that interact in such a manner with the law that they don't have a good result. But at the end of the day, Your Worship, I'm very pleased with what's here.
Order, please. Order in the gallery.
And again, the disrespect that's shown here is just a part of that. So, Your Worship, I'm happy to support this budget.
Terry. Thank you very much. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, gentlemen, for asking a few questions. I appreciated the discussion on the oversight. When I was reading through, there's one performance measure that I think kind of relates fairly directly to some of the comments we've had. It's one about in terms of using force and authority fairly efficiently and effectively. And I've noticed on the graph that was in the chart that it's actually going down, and I think that went down to, was it 213, 214? Do you care to comment on, are the results still continuing on a downward curve?
Yes, thank you. And it is one of our performance measures, as you articulated so well. It's within our strategic plan. The use of force incidents, we monitor them. We usually use a 10-year window because that's usually more reflective of a trend. And it varies from year to year, there's no question. In 2009, we had 97 allegations and 26 were substantiated. That was the highest number of allegations. In 2014, rather, we had 43 allegations. Those are public complaints that were properly registered. And 13 of those were substantiated public complaints. In other words, there was some element of wrongdoing on behalf of a particular officer. But once again, when you consider the millions, I would suggest, of interactions every day that occur, this is not a high number. And I've never said we're all perfect, we're all human beings. Our officers are highly professional, and they strive to do the best they can every day. But occasionally, some mistakes can happen, and that's the business that we live in, and we have the mechanisms in place, as I mentioned, to address any concerns that people have.
Mm-hmm. No, I just wanted to flag, it just seemed to be connected with the civilian oversight, that there are performance indicators and measures in place that we can track and trend. In our kind of budget highlight document, there is under the key investment section, we're talking about supporting a safe community. We're talking about implementing the road to mental readiness, and it talks about sort of understanding, I think, mental health issues. And I know very little about it. Maybe you could expand for me, because my interpretation would be it would help your officers in that understand separating a disease from an individual. But would you mind commenting, because there seemed to be some pointing of fingers to sort of stereotyping or individuals?
Well, we've worked very hard, and there's a new training program that was quickly adopted by the Regina Police Service, and it is that Road to Mental Readiness, commonly known as R2MR, because we like our acronyms. And it is and I took it myself just recently, every member of the police service is going to have 8 hours full day training. So it's a significant commitment organizationally in terms of resources and time. And it focuses very much on mental health. It's designed to reduce stigmatism that is associated with those that are suffering from such illnesses. It also prepares our officers, because it's somewhat internally focused as well, in terms of recognizing post-traumatic stress syndrome. It trains people to look out for one another for early warning signs to ensure the mental health of our police service is as in good shape as possible. So it covers a range of externally and internally focused training. And really, I found it outstanding training, even with me, with my level of service. I felt better equipped to recognize maybe symptoms in people. And certainly we worked very hard to try and reduce any stigmatization that comes with it. We worked with the Special Olympics the other day, or earlier this fall. Don't use the R day, R word, and had some of their fine athletes out with us. And so it's work in progress, but I can tell you we're very much committed to be much better equipped to deal with dealing with people that are suffering.
Okay, thank you. Just kind of an operational question more in my area. That I know is in the budget. There's a line for I think SGI. Is that related to the photo radar pilot that's underway? The reason I ask, probably the #1 complaint I get is from people speeding down certain of the residential streets, and right now it seems our technology is not quite there to be able to, I guess, put the brakes on them, as they would say. Can you maybe comment on where we're at with that particular pilot project?
With the photo radar in school zones on the Ring Road, it's very much a pilot project, but we will be taking over the operation of that, and SGI will be relinquishing control in the future. I think it's been, based on our analysis, it's been effective in pacifying traffic. There are some people that still don't like electronic means of enforcement. We respect that, and we know that. But we have been very supportive. I'm personally very supportive of the pragmatic approach taken during the launch of this type of enforcement. There's no excuse in terms of it's not a trap, because there are great signs, high visibility, lots of media attention. So it will be reviewed in the future, and whether it's expanded, that will be something that will have to be decided upon later. But I think it's creating a safer environment.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know from my sort of role as councillor now, I do find that we've exhausted on some of these streets in our ward mainly the major streets that we've exhausted all kind of traffic calming techniques, everything from the flashing speed signs to more police patrols to slower speed limits to whatever, and it doesn't seem to be effective. And so I think sometimes something like that, new technology, may be what is necessary, so I appreciate that. I think in closing, my perception of what's happening, and I kind of lead off with some of the comments other councillors have made about, the world is changing, the crime is changing, the police is changing, but I sense what's happening in, I think, my way of thinking and others is that there's a lot more anxiety and fear starting to build in the world right now, starting at the global level, working right down, and even locally when you read articles about more guns, more gangs, more this, that I worry, and I guess I do put a lot of emphasis on the safety and security, and as such, I'll certainly be supporting the increase in your request for the budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks and welcome, and it's going to be a long evening for you. But my first question is, why did you go to a third district? You had two, south and north, and now you have three. Why did you do that?
As part of our community-based policing philosophy, our deployment methodology is based upon geographical ownership and assignment and accountability to areas. And when we created the third district, it was in keeping with that philosophy because the two districts were almost cumbersome and too big for one inspector to provide that accountability and oversight to unique community needs. So we created the third district to balance and ensure that we had enough time to proactively engage with our community, and also the central district itself, which is north central and downtown and heritage primarily. In some ways have unique opportunities and challenges that are not necessarily dissimilar from one another. So we thought we could better serve and be more adaptive and reactive to community expectations.
And is it working?
Yes.
Okay, good. Your diversity on your police force, it's many different cultures. I don't know what the proper word to say, but it's not just one grouping of people. You have a diversity on your police force, right?
We do, and we voluntarily subscribe to the Saskatchewan Human Rights Commission and work with them to establish guidelines and establish goals within the Regina Police Service, and we do a report to them every year on a voluntary basis. And yes, we have currently we have 9.2% of our workforce is of Aboriginal descent. People with disabilities is 4.9, and visible minorities is currently 6.1, and that was in 2014. Okay. And we work extremely hard with the Open Door Society and the Regina Multicultural Council to try and attract and be as reflective of our community as we can, attract newcomers to our police service as well.
Thanks for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, 2005, how many officers were on the street? Do you, roughly?
Yeah.
250? Is that about right?
No, not quite. It's always hard. Everybody says this. We have so many different units that are...
Right.
It's really hard.
Not just patrol, but total, I mean, undercover, everybody.
Well, we have 391 police officers, and the vast majority, we have approximately 100 in Criminal Investigations Division, and the rest on the front line. The
reason I'm asking this is I wanted to get a handle on it, because if you go back to 2005 in property crimes, 9,300. 2014 was 4,800. We didn't double our police force to reduce the property crimes by half. Violent crimes, 2,089 in 2005. In 2014, it's 1,200. Again, we're seeing success. Now, there are other things, and it's kind of like a mutual fund. You have great funds that make you money, and some don't do as well, but they always seem to keep going back and forth, and at the end of the day, we end up being successful. What I'm wondering about is, I heard you say that you're kind of apologizing or having your officers, it's almost like they're apologizing for giving a ticket. And I don't like that because...
No, we're not apologizing.
Well, no, but it sounded like, you know, you said your officer said, have a good day. It's sort of sarcastically. I actually had a friend of mine say thank you to the officer for making him slow down and stop because he was driving erratically and got a $200 ticket for it. I also had another guy, and I quote Councillor Bryce, I'm sorry to say it, Al, your guys got me again for $200. Why are you guys a tax grab, you know, a cash grab? I said, quit speeding. Simple as that. Quit speeding. This was in a hockey locker room, so, and I'm sorry to say it was the guys, but officers. So I find that that's a little difficult. Where I see a lot of your resources going, and this is a classic case. A few years back, I got a phone call from a lady in my ward. She lives in a condo by herself. She went to her hairdresser, could not get into the hairdresser because first day of school, all the kids are out, blocking the entrances, wouldn't allow them in, hassling them and everything. She phoned me that afternoon. I phoned and I said, could you at least have an officer sit in the parking lot, do nothing, and just sit there, just for an hour over lunch. Within 2 days, it was a clear slate. Presence is huge. Yep. And that is one of the biggest things that an extra additional 8 officers are going to do. Going on to the guns, you know what, in a perfect world, there would be no guns. But I will not stand here and have my officers go into, with a knife, go into a gunfight. I will not. That is absolutely criminal from us to not be able to do that. When I watch a TV show and I listen to these, you know, and it's sure, it's actors and everything like that, but it's real life. When they say officer down, I get a pit in my stomach. And it's TV, but it happens here. It happens in real life. I don't want that happening in Regina. And I will support this budget, and I support everything you guys are doing. Do you do all the right things? No. Does everybody do the right things? No. Are we trying? Yes. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chief, for taking some questions. I want to delve into the budget a little bit with a couple things that are here, get you an opportunity to explain. Sure. One of the things that I've heard a couple of times is that you want 8 more police officers. I think it's a total of 9 new people. Is it your intent to put the 8 police officers on the street and on front line and in patrol? Is that where you want them?
Yes, it is, clearly. Yes, it'll be 2 per shift.
Thank you very much. I noticed the province is also asking for a 9/11 improvement. So could you describe what that would mean? You have to get a new workstation. What does that do for calls dropped, handled, and so on? And am I also correct, if you don't mind in your response, there's only 3 9/11 stations in Saskatchewan, so does this have any effect on how that works?
Yeah. You're right. There are 3 PSAPs in the province, Regina being one of them. And the technology that has now been deployed across the province, because the SAS 911 system is a provincially funded, really. That's a good chunk of our revenue is for that initiative. So our dispatchers they pay for so many a year. But the technology is now state of the art, whereas before it was still hardline phones. Everything is now computerized and digital, so that everything is, now they have literally 3 screens in front of them. It will provide, there's no question, a greater level of service to our community with, I would suggest, fewer opportunities for error. It's a very hectic and dynamic environment to work, high stress. So we will giving them some level of advantage now through technology. This technology was embraced provincially. It wasn't a Regina Police Service decision alone. Mm-hmm. We really, as part of the funding model, need to be up to date in terms of the technology, given the provincial investment. So it's been well researched provincially through SaskTel and others. And it's It's long overdue. Our phones were literally starting to cause some degree of problems, reliability and other things. So it'll also provide greater enhancements going forward for texting and other options that will be affording other people to contact emergency help when required.
Separate from this and from your comments, I seem to understand that this new system will be able to pick up cell phone locations as compared to the landline, which were a problem. In other words, you have an emotional person on one end of the phone not giving a location. Is that correct? Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, we believe it's enabled. It's just brand new. As a matter of fact, we just rolled it out in the last few weeks. But it's absolutely going to provide those types of advantages moving forward in terms of pinpointing potential people that are in distress, yes.
Perfect, thank you. The other item I wanted to mention is that you currently have an in-car camera system on a number of the units, but you want to expand that. Can you give me an idea how many you would be expanding to and how you use those cameras and what benefit there would be for you and for me?
Absolutely. We've had a longstanding commitment to provide all of our marked patrol units with video cameras, and currently we do 10 a year. It's obviously expensive, so we phased this in over a number of years, and I think our completion date, we've got 50% done. So probably another three years is our anticipated completion date for that project. The benefits obviously afford better evidentiary opportunities to some extent. And that was certainly one of the recommendations that came out of the Stonechild inquiry. And we've embarked to move our service in keeping with the recommendations of that inquiry as well.
Thank you. You'll have my support.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Chief and colleagues, for coming forward tonight. Councillor O'Donnell anticipated my first comment. I wanted to mention the in-car cameras. I think that as we've listed the various accountability tonight, the in-car cameras will especially stand as proof and stand as a tool to ensure accountability in the police force, and I salute you for moving forward on that initiative. I want to ask Chief one question. It's a general question. Looking over the next coming 2, 3, 4 years, what do you think is the biggest challenge in dealing with crime that the force is going to face?
Well, there's probably a few. So I may have to talk about a couple of impacting. I would suggest that we're certainly alive to what we're seeing in terms of the prevalence of firearms in our community. And I've reported during board meetings, during the public session, that we are seeing more firearms prevalent in our firearm-related, I don't know where it is, incidents are up and trending the wrong direction. So we also are impacted by technology and the challenges arising from that. It's impacted the organized crime world. It's organized drug trafficking, gang activity, prostitution, in a number of different ways. And so the technology and the pace of change in terms of trying to keep pace with technology to properly dismantle as part of our efforts with the RCMP and our integrated units is significant. And also the changing environment within policing and predictive software, dashboards, all of these things are of great asset to policing, but come to considerable cost. So we've got cost pressures on the technological side of things, and we have a changing environment in terms of the landscape of crime. And we are, as I've reported previously, Not proud of the fact that we're actually showing an increase in crime this year of 2% year to date. And that is totally contrary to the last decade or 15 years in terms of trending. So we're working very diligently, but we're hoping that we can turn that around. But we are, and we're not alone in the province. Crime has become more and more of a pressure for various communities throughout the province. And we're seeing those favorable trends starting to go the wrong direction.
Thank you, Chief. You've spoken well of the complexity of modern crime that you face, and I think that Council and the citizens of Regina understand that you're going to need resources to deal with that, just as you're responsible for keeping all of us safe. I think that we as a council and as a citizenry are responsible for keeping you and your officers safe, and that means things like the Road to Mental Readiness program that you've implemented to help with mental health within your workplace. I think it also means the kind of equipment resources that we've been talking to tonight. We don't feel that you should be sent out into the field inadequately equipped. And I think that's our responsibility in dealing with your request tonight. I want to just mention one other thing, Mayor. I was particularly moved by the eloquence of Councillor Hinks tonight. I think he described something profoundly important about how police who are close to their community, and particularly close to the young people in their community, can work in a proactive way to keep our communities safer. And I was very moved by what he had to say. I'll be supporting your budget request with strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Good evening. One question I'd like to kind of go into the school resource officers. I mean, there's more about what school resource officers is. So could you go into that, a little bit more details about that?
Sure. Well, currently the model that we've had school resource officers actually in Regina since 1945. The first police service in Canada to have a school resource officer program. But it's evolved, and we have our police officers that are committed to working within the school environments and work, and the major emphasis of their work is proactive in nature. Not, we don't want them involved in discipline, or albeit they are investigating crimes from time to time. But they do a lot of interactions, talking about the law, talking about doing individual counseling of people can just come in and see their school resource officer if they find themselves maybe in a bad situation, they don't know what to do. We work very closely in terms of delivering some programs and lectures on prevention and bullying. We're heavily involved in anti-bullying within a school environment to create a safe environment for everyone. And they're involved in coaching to playing sports at noon. And I think it's done, if anything, has really, I think, improved our relationship and understanding with our young people in our communities who we all grown adults. I think it's been a resounding, well-served investment, and we also, I think, prevent crime, which is the biggest thing as well.
Thank you for that, Chief. Your Worship, that sounds, and you can see that on the street. Any community, communities around schools have noticed that, because in the years prior, you always have complaints. Once the school's out, or grade 12s, 11, you get a license and you want to get out there and you want to spin the wheels and burn the rubber and speed. And I've noticed that has decreased, because you're not just in the school as a resource officer, you're out on the street, but a lot of things starts at home. So being at school. Another question, are you in the elementary school also, or just high schools?
We're in high schools and elementary schools.
Elementary?
The school resource officers that are assigned to the high school, or a particular high school or two, are also encompass the feeder schools into that high school, so that hopefully there can be some relationships established in elementary school, and then when we move to high school, Hopefully they have the same, with this model, there's a good chance they'll have the same school resource officers. So there's some continuity, and hopefully a relationship will develop over time with a number of students, obviously.
So just for that, Your Worship, residents would say money well spent, because everything starts right at the, you are 4 years old, 5 years old. You can't teach me a new trick. I'm already gone beyond that, but at 4 or 5 years old, that's where you have the most impact and a positive impact. So to that, Your Worship, I know the community is not telling us we want less. The community is asking us we want more. I'd like to see more uniformed police on the street. And that's what I'm hearing. And I will be definitely supporting, because I don't think I could say it to members of my community that, you know what, we had to cut maybe 10, 15 officers, and you know what, we have to do what we've got, and then problem starts. That's not going to go that way. It's a minimum investment on a great return. And I do believe, time to time, Councillor Hinks mentioned is we need that kind of influential teaching. And sometimes we don't listen to at home, but we might listen to you. So, Your Worship, I'm definitely supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferndura. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen. When you're the last to speak, people have covered all the areas that you had questions for, but I have 2 staffing questions that I will pose to you. The first one is, have you not hired someone in the mental health area to actually work on the streets with officers?
We have as part of the previous year's budget submission, we had asked for a position, a mental health liaison position that forms part of the PAC team. So we have a sergeant assigned full-time to work with a social worker who has mental health expertise, and they form a team, and that's our PAC team.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing that I was impressed with when you did your budget presentation to us is that you've gone through your own budget to try to save money on other things so that you can put more officers on the street to do the community policing that you are known for. Could you just mention briefly how you've done that?
Certainly. We're always looking for efficiencies, and in previous year's budget and this year's budget, we had, in this year's budget, we're converting 2 existing sworn police officer positions that we're primarily doing quasi-administrative, but a function that we thought could be done by a civilian employee. So we're hiring 2 civilians, and then those 2 will join the additional 6 that we'll be hiring. So that's an example of finding efficiencies within the police service.
Thank you. And Councillor Hinks wanted me to make sure that I mentioned Merlot. Is he termed a comfort dog? Is that the title of? Merlot visited us, so we got a chance to see her and see how she interacts with people. Do you think you'll be adding more dogs to your staff?
Well, I'm incredibly excited about that initiative as well. And I would think once we do an evaluation of the program to ensure that we're getting a good level of return on the investment. I know there's the work out there. She's already going from, she hasn't got enough time to do everything that she probably could be doing. So we'll evaluate it, and there may be in the future, depending on the results of the evaluation, that we will report to our board and ensure that there's a business case to support it first. Okay. And then if it warrants that approach, yes, we would be then.
Okay. There are 2 things that I'll mention briefly that have formed my opinion of the Regina Police Service. I was with the Public School Board in those years when the school resource officers came into being. And it made a significant change within the system. And I have watched children who would have otherwise not made it into adulthood get the kind of support they needed from the school resource officers. So it is a fantastic program. It was the first one in North America. And I'm really proud of the fact that we still have that in our city and that it's growing and useful. The second way that I form my opinion of you is each year, council's invited to the North Central Community Center when the student nurses from the Polytech are there for their internship. And there are stories told at that meeting and at that luncheon about their interaction with community members and what those members of the North Central community have told them about the Regina Police Service. Anecdotal stories of how you go out of your way to take someone home or take them to a safe place rather than take them to a jail cell, and the way you've treated children when someone has to be taken in. So I just want to tell you that you have met my expectations. Like any organization, you have issues that you deal with, and you deal with them in a professional and a due process way. And so you have my full support on this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Dunn, can you take the chair? I'll be closing debate.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to say a few comments in closing the debate tonight. I think we've seen another example of the incredibly difficult job that police officers have in our community. The changing circumstance, changing crime, more complicated, more violent. We're seeing this all the time. I have nothing but the greatest regard and admiration for our police service. I have the privilege of chairing the Police Commission. I've done so for the past 3 years, and know that every day an officer goes out, he or she goes out not knowing what they'll face. I can't imagine a more difficult job every day of the year to do that. We have an obligation to ensure that our officers are on the street with the right equipment, the right number of people to ensure that we have a safe community. We've heard tonight a lot about accountability, and I think this is a good example tonight of accountability in and of itself. The chief here for hour and a half, and thank you, Chief, for standing here answering questions very patiently. I can't imagine a circumstance in this community where we cut back on equipment or personnel and we have a problem somewhere. The first thing people will say was, what were you as council or police commission thinking? They'd be wondering what we were doing this. We are not police officers. We are asked by the police board to approve a budget that speaks to dealing with crime, which is changing continuously and all the time. This is a modest increase, a very modest increase. Councillor Young's comments about finding efficiencies in order to find more frontline officers is a great question to ask. Great answer, Chief. Councillor Hinks, your comments on a personal level are very important. I just say that we must pass this budget. It is modest. It provides what I believe to be support for the best police service in Canada. We have the most transparency and accountability. Those concerned about conduct or treatment can go to the Police Complaints Commission and have that dealt with. It's transparent. It's separate from the police service. It's not part of the Regina Police Service. It ensures accountability, ensures transparency. I'm extremely proud to stand here and ask for members of council to please support this budget. Thank you.
Chief, that closes the debate. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief, for your answering questions. There was no more debating on the issue. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. We'll now move on to delegation and public notice bylaws. We have a number of delegations, but I understand that Joanne Havelock is not here. She has come since, so I'd ask for a motion to receive and file Delegation 101.
Your Worship, I'll move the recommended disposition.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Hinks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to another delegation, Mr. Gord Archibald. If you could come forward and state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. Just one moment, wait till we clear the gallery.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Archibald.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Council for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. The purpose of the submission is to inform City Council of the effect that property taxation has on housing affordability, comment on this issue of funding for local governments, and to provide the Association's views on the 2016 proposed budget. Just some quick facts. The Association of Regina Realtors operates the multiple listing service in Regina and area. It is projected that 3,500 properties valued at $1.1 billion will exchange hands through this system in 2015. It's estimated that the economic impact of residential sales through the MLS system to the local economy through ancillary consumer expenditures sale in 2015 will be $140 million. And thirdly, the association represents 40 member offices and 460 individual realtor members in the Regina area. So I'll now move on to the effect that property taxation has on affordability. Housing affordability is comprised of 5 primary cost factors. Number 1 is the purchase price of the home. Number 2 is the cost of financing the purchase or the mortgage and the related interest costs. Number 3 is utilities. Number 4 is insurance. And number 5 is property taxation. Consumer surveys done in recent years by the association consistently indicate that property taxation is a key factor in determining purchase decisions. A survey conducted by for the association in 2014 found that property taxation only ranked behind the purchase price and the monthly mortgage payment and ahead of insurance and utilities as factors when choosing a home. Although there has been a decline in the past 2 years, the price of homes in the local market has increased 2.4 times in the last 10 years. The impact of rising prices on affordability during this period has been largely offset by historically low mortgage interest rates. This offset, however, has a temporary nature to it, in that mortgage rates will inevitably rise. When rates do rise, this will add more cost to home ownership. Increasing taxation affects affordability of housing in the community. It is not the relatively small dollar impact in any one year, but it's the cumulative effect of the total property tax bill over an extended period of time. The amount of property taxation on a home being purchased is taken into account by mortgage lenders when approving financing. The higher the level of taxation, the less financing there is available to purchase a home. In addition to home purchasers, affordability may also affect existing homeowners, in particular those on fixed incomes. The property tax is regressive in nature, having no necessary relationship to the income of the homeowner. Increases in property taxation can have an impact on those currently on the margin of affordability. It is also a contributing factor to increasing rents, as landlords will recover the cost through rents paid by tenants. The net of all this is that property taxes add to the cost of home ownership. The more taken in tax, the less there is available for principal and other uses. We'll now move on to the subject of funding for local government needs. The property tax is a relic from the past that no longer meets the needs of financing any government's operations. It's a tax on the capital of families, farmers, and businesses, with no necessary relationship to the income of the property owner, and as such detracts from housing affordability. Having said this, it remains the sole direct form of taxation revenue for municipalities. We do acknowledge that municipalities face a very significant challenge regarding infrastructure. Funding for both the renewal of existing infrastructure and creating new infrastructure arising from growth. We do not believe it is reasonable nor sustainable to expect funding for this to be addressed only from the narrow and regressive property tax base. In our opinion, it should be funded through permanent and predictable funding programs in partnership with the senior levels of government from their broad-based taxes. Governments would do well to devote energies to replacing the current approach with a new infrastructure funding model for local government. New ideas and approaches need to be considered to solve this problem. Incremental and temporary approaches tend to have only a marginal effect when the total aggregated cost of renewal continues to rise.
You have 30 seconds.
Adding to a growing infrastructure backlog and deficit. I'll just move on then to the end of the presentation then. We support the proposed 2016 budget for two primary reasons. The increase of 2.8% is reasonable and more in line with inflation and the cost of supporting growth. And secondly, the idea of dedicating an additional 1% of the overall increase to street renewal for the reasons mentioned earlier. Having said this, if it is possible to reduce the 2.8% increase, it would be supported by the association. Thank you for providing the opportunity to provide input into the development of the 2016 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Archibald, for your presentation. There may be questions. In fact, there are questions from members of council. Councillor Hinks.
Thanks, Mr. Archibald, for your presentation. I'm wondering if there's, I know that you sped through that. Is there any points left in there you'd like to cover?
I did want to mention that we did do a survey in 2014. We do one of these every second year with the public. And there were some interesting findings in that survey. Number one was, and this is no surprise, tax increases are not well received by most. Second was that 80% said they prefer increased user fees to tax increases. That's interesting. And the third, and I did cite this at the end, is 76% support dedicated tax increases to pay for specific needs, such as infrastructure. And we think the reason for that is that it's something simple, it's easy to understand by the public, and I think it creates a greater sense of accountability for the public when they see that form of taxation taking place. And that's why we were pleased once again this year to see the city dedicate 1% of the overall increase to street renewal.
Well, thank you. I wonder if the mayor will give me a little latitude here. That
probably not.
Yeah. I want to speak to the credibility of yours or our organization, because I'm part of it also, about some of the things you do in the community, such as the Realtors Park and the work with North Central. And I just like to have it on record about what realtors, how realtors are really involved in the community.
Well, the association takes its role as part of the community seriously. We've been a part of Regina for over 100 years. As you had mentioned, we've provided support to the North Central Family Center for the past 10-year period to the tune of over $100,000 now. In the last couple of years, we provided funding to Realtors Park in South Regina for its planned improvements to the park. As well, we do other things in the community. We provide university scholarships, support the Salvation Army, in its kettle campaign. And we, in the last few years, we've provided an award at each elementary school in the city for citizenship. And there's other things on there, but I think that suffices.
Well, thank you. The mayor sat me down, so I can't ask any more questions.
You can if you're in order. Certainly can. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome, Mr. Archibald. Certainly appreciate your presentation, certainly understand the points you made. One of the key elements of the budget, which I'm hoping you can help us with your association get the message out, this is one of the first budgets where I think we're really focusing on kind of rebuilding the future, or rebuilding a lot of the infrastructure for the future. And if I could just read a couple quick things, might be longer, but in the plan, you were talking about the largest ever 5-year capital plan, fixing more residential streets, continuing a focus on improved sewage and drainage. To me, from an attractiveness of people wanting to move to the city to buy a home, that if we don't fix it slowly over time and become very strategic, that while these are tax increases that nobody likes or appreciates, we will reach a point where there are already places in the city where we know it's going to flood every time it rains. We know the streets are falling apart, the sidewalks. Do you think your association would be very supportive of this, not only the small tax increase, but the whole new strategic focus for rebuilding the future of this city?
Right. Yeah, I believe that the longer-term approach is a step in the right direction. Whether or not there's sufficient funding behind it is another question altogether. But certainly the incremental approach or annual approach of looking at trying to address problems, I don't think is going to really create a sustainable approach towards infrastructure renewal. We believe that there needs to be a more creative and innovative approach by all three levels of government to address the infrastructure problem. I know one of the ideas what we're tossing around at our provincial association is to take the existing property tax and the education component to it and see if it can be redirected towards an infrastructure fund. So I think ideas like that need to come on the table for discussion to address this long-term problem. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see infrastructure problems for decades.
No, I totally agree. Because I do know tonight we're focused on budget and tax increases, but we certainly, as a council, have been looking at many others like debt financing. We're coming forth in the next few days with service agreement fees, lobbying the other levels of government. I don't know if what your associations think of those different approaches. Like one of the forward-thinking strategy, which I think administration's right on when you look at the utility budget, a large chunk of that is going into reserve. And if you're aware, most times when there's federal, provincial, local funding programs that we're all getting optimistic, maybe the federal government will come. It doesn't
Councillor Burnett, do you have a question? No, you should get to questions if you have them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just curious if your association, if we could get better information out, if you could help us get better information out. We're pushing on all fronts to try to rebuild. So is there any kind of communications mechanism or ways your corporation could help get your members to understand that this is all benefiting them in the long run?
Well, if you can provide us the information, we have many, many communication vehicles with our membership, and we'd be more than happy to send that information out.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming forward. Mr. Archibald, I have two questions. The first deals with the value of a home. I think you'd agree with me that a home that's located in a community that's safe, that has a good police force, good roads, good water, good parks, the value of that home is going to be substantially enhanced by those infrastructure improvements. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that in a general sense, yes.
And for us, you would agree that those are the kinds of things that we spend the citizens' property taxes on?
I would agree with that. Although I should mention as well, there's obviously other broader factors in play as well as far as determining the value of the home, such as supply and demand, which is huge as far as the impact on the marketplace.
Thank you. And the second question is this. You made an observation about you've characterized the property tax as a relic of the past, narrow, regressive. Those are all characterizations that I agree with completely. Council doesn't have it in its control to levy many kinds of sources of revenue. We're a delegated authority of the provincial government. Will you be making the kind of presentation with respect to the taxation system that you made to us to the provincial authorities when the time comes?
Yes, we will. We've been working with the provincial government on the property tax issue for well over 10 years. When the new revenue sharing formula came into place of 1% of the PST going to the operating grant, I think we were part of the discussion leading up to that, and we certainly plan to be part of the solution and putting ideas for discussion on the table with the provincial government around addressing the infrastructure issue.
And I think with respect to addressing sources of taxation or sources of revenue available to local municipal councils, it would be very helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Archibald.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome back on an annual or semi-annual. I guess you're here a couple times a year. Explain to me what you mean by fixed income.
Well, essentially somebody who would be on a pension that really doesn't have any provisions in it for adjustments for inflation over a period of time.
So,
that's one example.
Are you on a fixed income?
I am on an annual basis, yes.
So it's not just the seniors?
Not just the seniors.
Three-quarters, I'm assuming our staff is on fixed income. So I'm trying to get this point across that word always comes out. What is fixed income? A young family wanting to buy a house, 2 jobs, no other income, working, pick a spot, government, Walmart, whatever. Fixed income, right?
Yeah, we
Not
think of it.
senior at 25.
Well, we think of more in the context of a senior's on a fixed pension income with really little latitude or flexibility as far as increases to their income.
Okay, I wanted to ask that because we get asked that all the time. It's always about that. Your survey, when you do it and send it out or however you do it, do you depict city taxes to provincial tax to library tax, or are you just talking the tax bill that they get in the mail?
We've done both, depending on the year.
How do you mean?
Well, we do the survey every second year.
Right.
And there will be, the questions would vary from survey to survey. There have been surveys where we have asked about the public's knowledge as far as the total property tax bill and how the share of it breaks down.
And what kind of response do you get on that question?
Well, I would say that some certainly have a full, accurate understanding of it. Much of the public does not.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I would suggest maybe one other question because, it's always a question of different things. And when you're saying the Regina City tax bill, and ask them point blank, how much is your tax bill? So they put it in their mind. Then you go and say, and then add up your cell phone, your internet, and your cable bill. And I'll bet you it's double what the city portion of the taxes are. Mindset sometimes
Is your
changes.
question, Councillor Flagel?
I'm asking the question of, does the mindset change when you add other things to a survey like that, a question like that?
It may. I really couldn't say for sure, Councillor.
Okay. Just a query. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Archibald, good evening. And I'm wondering if your sole purpose in coming tonight was to talk about regressive tax and put a smile on my face. If it was, I want to thank you for that. So
you're more than welcome.
Well, good. I want to go back in time a little bit and see if you remember a few of these things when we did a National Infrastructure Summit and the Canada West Foundation. And the documentation, say, out of a place like Seattle and Portland and so on, where the property tax is only 18% of the tax bill. Do you recall those discussions that we had?
I did not attend the events, so I don't recall them, but
I'm going to make the offer that if you would like some of those documentation, I'd be prepared to share that with you.
Certainly.
Have you heard recently where in, for example, I believe it's Ontario, that they're looking at toll roads? And is that the type of thing that you may consider in your presentation?
Well, I suppose that fits into the category of user fees in a way on it. I think it's something that may need to be on the table. I don't think it would be popular.
No, I know.
But it's certainly, we need to find new approaches.
If I could throw one other idea out, and I'm not sure if you would remember this, but I know that it is very common in the U.S. where they put a 5-year budget together that may have a PST increase or something like that, but they show what they're going to do, and after 5 years, that tax is eliminated, and then you look and see what's been done, and then ask the electorate again if they want to do something like that. Would that be something that you would consider?
Absolutely. I think that addresses the principle of accountability.
I would be pleased to give you some of the information that's on that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Lastly, in the last while, we haven't received a whole lot of Building Canada Fund dollars. And I want to remain optimistic that the new government will supply dollars differently. Do you feel that as well, or did you listen to the debates and so on and hear some of those things?
Well, I think there's my impression is there's a new atmosphere of optimism around finding a solution to that. There's always the practicalities in the fiscal situation that the federal government may find itself in over the next number of years due to a slowing economy. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
Good, thanks. I just want to say thanks for considering the presentation. Take care.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just wanted to make some clarification when we talk about fixed income. So do you have the ability to next year negotiate your salary and increase it if you needed to?
Yes.
Thank you. So comparing yourself to somebody on a pension income, on a fixed income that way, isn't really comparable, is it?
Not in that regard, no.
And if you didn't have the means to make ends meet, do you have the ability to go out and get another job and actually make ends meet?
I could certainly try.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? There are none, Mr. Archibald. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, D15-103, Jennifer Henshaw. Ms. Henshaw, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is Jennifer Henshaw, and I'm the policy analyst with the CFIB. To respect the 5-minute time limit, I will present the highlights of our members' views on the 2016 City of Regina operating budget. To begin, and to provide some economic context, Saskatchewan small business optimism tumbled again to an index of 52.7 in November from 58.3 in October. Clearly, the effects of declining commodity prices continue to impact small business optimism. We fear many municipalities, including the City of Regina, will only make matters worse, with proposing to hike property taxes in 2016. Municipalities, including the City of Regina, need to control spending and address inequalities in the property tax system. It is clear that tax hikes erode the city's overall competitiveness. CFIB's annual report, entitled Entrepreneurial Communities 2015, takes an in-depth look at how 121 Canadian cities and economic regions support and promote entrepreneurship. It scores each of them out of 100 by looking at 14 indicators across 3 main categories: presence, perspective, and policy. We're pleased both Saskatoon and Regina maintained their top 10 ranking for the most entrepreneurial cities in Canada. However, we are concerned that the City of Regina dropped 5 places from last year into 9th place. We are concerned the city's 3.9% property tax hikes will further jeopardize this ranking in the future. With this trend continuing, the City of Regina's competitive edge continues to erode. We believe sustainable spending will help keep City of Regina competitive. Unsustainable municipal spending is the problem, not a shortage of revenues. In Budget 2016, the City of Regina proposed a 5.4% spending increase. This is up $21 million from last year. We understand the City of Regina receives $42 million from the Municipal Operating Grant in 2016. This is a 162% increase since 2007-2008. With the province providing this predictable revenue sharing, we believe the City of Regina should use this revenue prudently and work harder to contain the costs to mitigate the 2016 property tax hike. Let's be clear, CFIB is not advocating for zero spending increases for municipalities, but any increase must be sustainable. The city's proposed 5.4% spending increase is unsustainable as it's above our benchmark of inflation and population growth. That being said, CFIB would support a 4.5% increase, 2.1% population growth, and 2.4% in consumer price index. Recent figures have shown that employee compensation is at the root of municipal spending problem. Municipal employee compensation is out of touch with what's fair and reasonable. We know 15% of operating spending goes to employees' salaries, wages, and benefits. With that in mind, we welcome the 2016 core review to identify programs and service areas to be eliminated, streamlined, contracted out, or even sold. Another area we would like to discuss is recycling fees. We are also aware that the City of Regina will be receiving funds from Multi-Material Stewardship Western starting next year, of which commercial stewards will be contributing 75% of the funds. Given this new source of funding, we urge the city to reduce their recycling taxes and pass the savings on to the taxpayers. With these facts in mind, CFIB urges the City of Regina to consider the following recommendations to further contain operating costs and mitigate the proposed property tax increase. First, limit year-over-year spending growth to a maximum of inflation and population growth. Determine and control the drivers of spending growth as discussed in our submission. Develop and implement a plan over time to reduce the commercial to residential property tax gap. Reduce the City of Regina's recycling fees. Given the new source of funding from MMSW in 2016, we urge the city to reduce their recycling taxes and pass the savings on to taxpayers. And lastly, consider the introduction of a base tax for all homeowners.
You have half a minute to go.
Pardon?
Half a minute to go.
We thank you for considering the views of Regina's community as you work to finalize the City of Regina's 2016 operating budget. As CFIB's research has shown, municipal decisions significantly impact a business's ability to grow and create jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks very much for coming forward. I know in your submission you did mention the Consumer Price Index a number of times. Are you familiar with the Municipal Price Index and the difference between those two?
Yes, we are. Thank you very much for your question. Many municipalities do tend to argue the Municipal Price Index is a superior measure of inflation more than CPI. Some cities also argue that their baskets of goods and services are considerably different from the average consumer or taxpayer. However, over 40% of the basket of goods used for MPI is wages and salaries paid to municipalities. Increasing spending by MPI is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm just trying, I thought I had something else I was going to talk about. That was the, you did talk about the MMRP and the MMSW as far as the recycling side. You're aware that that hasn't actually rolled out yet, though. We haven't actually received it, so speculation of, would you agree with that statement?
Well, no. I mean, the program does come into force in 2016, and as it's been said, commercial stewards will be contributing 75%. What our members are asking is that the City of Regina reduce their recycling fees when it comes into force to recognize MMRP's contribution to the costs of the City of Regina's recycling program.
Yeah, and that's a fair statement, but you're also aware, though, that that program has actually come before us several times and then fallen back and fallen apart and has to go back and be rebuilt and redone several times, so this isn't the very first time it's been here.
Yeah,
you aware of that?
very aware of that.
So we maybe shouldn't count our ducks until they're hatched, so.
Correct, but
Thank
that
you.
was a recommendation that we
Appreciate
received
it.
from our members.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Welcome. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions with the hope that maybe next time you and I meet that this is part of your discussion, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Thanks. So first of all, first question is, have you read our budget? Have you looked through our documents?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. So one of the things you would have noticed in there is bridge repair, and the allocated amount of money this year is $6.4 million, and it was related to a thing called the Urban Connector Program. You will note that the line item that goes with it is a grant. That was the phrase I was looking for, at least in 2015. That was $386,000. So the difference is approximately $6 million, and that's 3% increase in property taxes. Are you familiar with the Urban Connector Program and the impact on the city?
Just a high level.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that when one order of government says, here's in this case, bridges, but gosh, we can't pay for them, you just look after them, we're the ones that have to take that bill. I'd like you to take that into account in the future. It's called, in my world, it's called downloading. Second one, I want you identified the notion of the municipal operating grant for the provincial government. We have said many times that this is a great program and we are appreciative of that. But are you aware of what funding we're not getting federally anymore?
No, please
Okay.
tell me.
So I'd ask that when you look at that next time, that you look and see that we no longer get funding for transit, for example, that we no longer get funding. Building Canada Fund gave us no dollars and so on this last while. So I need to see a balanced approach to while we are getting money, and we've applauded that, there are other places where we have lost and dried up any money. It's just, I'm asking for a balanced approach.
Yeah, and that's a completely fair statement. What I would say is that what our members asked us to tell you was that they would really like to see you sharpen your pencils and find additional savings. So
that's fair.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? Councillor Burnett.
Thank you for the presentation. That certainly understand, I think, where you're coming from. I've heard a number of times where people would like us to tie these percentage increases to the price of inflation, or MPI, yes, however we want to call it. That are your members taking into consideration sort of the infrastructure deficit? Like, what I'm having struggle with the methodology is how we sort of play catch up, or how we look at the infrastructure renewal and the economic growth. Do they take that into consideration when you're doing your surveys and asking for input?
Yeah, I mean, with respect to specific surveys, I'd be happy to put you in touch with our research department, and they could walk you through that. But what I can say is that our members do acknowledge that there are certainly infrastructure needs in the city. But what they have been telling us is also, I guess, what I was saying to Councillor O'Donnell was that our members would like to see the City Council find efficiencies in their operating budget as well to fund that infrastructure investment.
Mm-hmm. Because I think, having gone through the process, we do look at continual kind of efficiency savings every year, and we will be authorizing under the new city manager and other core services review. But certainly when you look at the capital side, that I think we've driven, allowed so much disrepair to go into place that this particular formula just doesn't work in my mind. It works on maintaining existing services, but this whole new renewal, I think I struggle with. But maybe if we could work more to get better information out, or maybe work with the survey to find out more from your membership what they would support. I do believe that when
Councillor Burnett, do you have a question? Please get to
I guess I'm just asking if they would support more information and more collective gathering. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we can talk about that offline, but if you ever wanted to discuss our members' issues, we'd be happy to work with you on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Other questions? I have a couple. Just wondering if you could provide council with the origins of the concept of benchmarking expenditure increases to inflation and population growth, given the unique circumstances of municipalities where their revenues do not generate growth as sales tax and income tax do. Where does that concept come from?
I would hate to give you the wrong answer, so would it be a problem if I looked into that and give you an answer at a later date?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So you said you've read the budget.
Yes.
You've looked at our capital budget.
Yes.
You'll note that we're projecting over 5 years the biggest infrastructure investment in our history of about $1.02 billion.
Yes.
Just in general, I don't want to put you on the spot. Can you just talk to us, given the lens you're speaking to us on, how do we as a municipality begin to fund that infrastructure that renews our city when we don't have access to other sources of revenue? And by and large, in fact, our biggest revenue source is property taxes. How do we do that when we're stuck with sticking with inflation plus population growth? How do we square that?
Yeah, and that's a really great question. Thank you so much. And I guess I'll come back to what our members have been telling us. I mean, they've been asking us to tell the City of Regina that they'd really like the city to find efficiencies within its budget. And, I guess I'd like to draw you to something that we put in our pre-budget submission. And this was something that we have also done a report on here at the CFIB as well. I guess there was a question of sustainable versus unsustainable spending. I guess it was in CFIB Canada's Municipal Spending Watch. For example, City of Regina had a 16% population growth from 2003 to 2013, but the city's inflation-adjusted spending rose by 44%. In Regina, municipal spending grew at a rate that was 2.75 times the rate of inflation and population growth. Regina's overspending over the course of 10 years amounted to $554 million, costing each household $7,072. So I guess the message comes back to sustainable spending. And, there's a big component of that, and I think I spoke to it in my speech as well, about municipal employee compensation. In Regina, I believe it was 50% of the operating budget is allocated towards employee salaries, wages, and benefits. And something that our members have been telling us as well is that, we would really like to see, they would really like to see the municipal employee compensation be brought in line with private sector norms.
One last question. You do realize that the vast majority of our employees are unionized and are subject to collective bargaining, which is based upon collective bargaining, and that's somewhat out of our hands?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, our members have been telling us that they would like the City of Regina to find efficiencies and spend sustainably. And, where possible, mitigate the effects of the property tax hike.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions of the delegation? Thank you. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation, DE 15-104, Maria Dobis. I hope I have that correct, and if I didn't, I know you'll correct me. If you could come forward and tell us who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. And this year it's not your fault. Actually, my first name is Sarah Maria, but it was printed wrong.
You got me.
But you got the last name right. And with me is Luke Nichols, who is a vice president of Bike Regina, and myself, president of Bike Regina. So thank you for having us this evening. As an advocate for cycling as transportation, Bike Regina firmly supports the official community plan of Regina as it recognizes the value in providing transportation alternatives that enable year-round, integrated, sustainable, and affordable choices for all Regina residents. And we would encourage yourselves and administration to act as stewards of the OCP who prioritize the cycling environment this year and in the future. When we were reviewing the budget this year, we were encouraged to see the addition of a permanent position for a transportation master plan coordinator. We see this as a positive move, and we're looking forward to working with the person hired as a coordinator. And we hope that this person will recognize the need to improve the mode share targets within the current TMP draft. We were also supportive of the decision to continue over the 5-year plan, recapping portions of the multi-use pathway. And we would encourage you beyond that to take steps to continue to take steps towards a citywide multimodal transportation network, including north-south and east-west corridors. However, these were the two things that we were pleased with in the budget, and that was all. We were extremely disappointed to see that there were cuts to previously planned cycling infrastructure in this budget. The last year's budget had indicated that this year's budget would include a study and design for a south of downtown bikeway, and in this year's budget, they're not present. As well, there are a few other developments mentioned in our brief that are no longer present in multi-year budgeting. Beyond that, in last year's budget for 2015, there was the funding budgeted for an extension of the bike lane on Lorne Street that was not implemented this year. So we were disappointed with this. The removal of planned cycling projects from the budget and the failure to implement planned projects over the past 3 years leads Regina cyclists to feel that improving the cycling environment in Regina is a negligible priority for this council or for this administration. Regina, like other growing cities, deals with the issues of traffic and congestion, aging infrastructure, and parking concerns. Faced with this, we urge council to recognize the widespread benefits of encouraging more people to cycle and to consider taking concrete actions to incite them to do so. Okay. Last year when we presented to you, we were encouraged by the motion passed CM 1416 to study each of the anticipated costs of each of our priorities that we put forth to you. Related to that motion, we've observed that, we would encourage you to approve the budget of roadways and transportation, as within their budget, it includes a plan for to study the how to enhance snow clearance on bike routes within the winter maintenance department. We find it unfortunate that Councillor Hinks had asked for it to occur as soon as possible, and it won't occur until the end of 2016. As far as we are able to observe from attending meetings and from public record, this is the only priority that we brought forth last year that had been acted upon. For this reason, again, for 2016, we invite Council to show their commitment to the tone and to the intent of Design Regina by directing administration to allocate capital or operational funds for the following items, which you'll recognize as we have presented them in 2013, 14,
So you have 30 seconds.
15, and this evening. So briefly, those four are documented consideration of cycling infrastructure on planned road improvements, documented consideration of road diets and cycling infrastructure, documented consideration of the 37 spot improvements proposed to you in 2013, and the human and financial resources allocated to ensure a successful Commuter Challenge Week. And in closing, we would like to thank you for your support over the years, both in meetings with questions and at our community events.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Well said. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you for your presentation. And you were rushed right at the end there. So is there anything that you've missed out of your presentation that you'd like to share with us? And briefly, I know that we're watching time.
Out of the presentation as well. The presentation itself, I think I got to it.
Great.
I would have something to add if you wanted to ask that question.
Sure. How did you know?
Okay. You might be curious about what specific infrastructure was removed from budgets. Of the two that are mentioned in our brief that you see are obvious for us, as well. In going back to 2000, and I don't have for every year, but in 2009 there was a 15th Avenue bikeway that was planned, went through all the planning process, was to be implemented and wasn't. For 2014 there was $100,000 budgeted for a pilot project and studies pertaining to cycling infrastructure, and then the ones mentioned in our brief. And other places in the budget, as you know, there are roadway improvement projects, and you'll probably have noticed that 6 of them are to deal with congestion. And so they're dealing with widening roads or allowing cars to move faster to increase or to improve flow of traffic. And if I may, I'll quote the former chief planner for the city of Vancouver, Brent Todarian, who said that adding roadway infrastructure, adding lanes to improve congestion is actually like loosening your belt to deal with obesity. You're not actually solving the problem. So we'd encourage you to look to other cities of similar size to Regina, and also I'm sure the TMP coordinator will have a lot of good ideas on how to look toward other modes of transportation. Obviously, I'm here to talk about biking as a way to deal with congestion.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Councillor Fraser, you got to be quicker off the draw. You do this a lot.
Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Of the whole list you mentioned, is there one particularly that sticks out? Thanks.
I think, yeah, the one that makes the most sense for the city would be the consideration of cycling infrastructure on planned road improvements. And I guess the end of the sentence in the brief is to prioritize the roads for which within the OCP there's bike infrastructure planned over time. So if you're improving the road already, if you're recapping it or working on it, and there's plans for bike infrastructure, rather than doing it in 3 years, you'll be saving money if you do it now.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you very much. Other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. The next delegation is D15-105, Bob Ketan and Ann Perry. State your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, City Councilors. My name is Bob Canson, and I'm president of the Circle Project, and with me is Ann Perry, our executive director. Together, we've been with the Circle Project for over 20 years. I know some of you are familiar with the Circle Project, but those who aren't, please visit our website at circleproject.ca. We're here this evening to recommend 2 changes to the 2016 budget. The first recommendation is to increase the amount of money invested in organizations that support the social and economic needs of Regina citizens. The second is to review how these social investments are made. And at this point, I'd like to pass it over to Anne.
Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. The Circle Project has had the support of the City of Regina for many, many years, since 1991, in fact, and really values this long-term relationship and the support that we've had. However, over the past 2 or 3 years, we've seen significant cuts to our funding by the City of Regina. This was due, we've been told, to the increasing number of organizations that are seeking support and to changes that have occurred in the application and adjudication process. The city originally encouraged us to create a lifestyles and addictions counseling service as a wraparound service that would support the work of the family violence program, and funded it at a significantly higher level for many, many years. We provided a little chart, and you can see from the chart that both the annual cost of the program and the annual investment by the city. In 2015, the cost to our organization of providing this important and free community service was $80,571. The contribution from the city was $24,500 in 2015, 50% what it used to be. This year, the funding from the city is $18,000, a further reduction of an additional 25%. We've come to the point where we'd be really hard-pressed to continue to underwrite the cost of this program. And we really fear that organizations like ours who are working towards decreasing violence in our community will suffer further cuts. Saskatchewan, as many of you may know, remains the violence capital of Canada, 3 times that of Ontario and 1.5 times that of Manitoba. So the cost of one incident of family violence, first responders, police response, health impact, child protection, child placement, transition shelters, is shockingly high. Working with the College of Nursing at the University of Saskatchewan, Circle Project has calculated that cost, and that information will be released in the next few weeks, the research that we've done there. For your information, one cost of family violence can be roughly 8 times what your investment was. One incident of family violence. We do really important work in the community that not only makes our community a better place to live, but it saves precious and more costly resources. We do this by having a broad understanding of the issues gained through years of experience from working in both the Aboriginal community and in the area of violence prevention and response. We've developed solid relationships with lots of community partners and other agencies to prevent the occurrence of individual and family violence by helping build a better understanding of risks and triggers that can lead to violence that occurs in our community. We invite Council to consider this important issue and the impacts of not making those important investments to assist in the prevention of violence in our community. We recommend that rather than cutting the pie into smaller pieces, that Council find a way to grow the pie. Without a larger grant pool to make these important investments,
you have 30 seconds,
in the prevention of violence, the likelihood for more costly remedies after violence occurs remains very high.
Finally, there used to be a requirement that 25% of the community investments were made with Aboriginal organizations, and we're wondering why this requirement was dropped. There may have been what constitutes an Aboriginal organization wasn't clear. Is it an organization?
I'm sorry,
like,
but your time is up. Maybe we can get more information, but I do have to stop at 5 minutes. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. First off, if you have anything else to add, or if you want to finish your point.
Yes. What we find is that the City of Regina has dropped this requirement of 25% of the community investments being with Aboriginal organizations. Circle Project is governed by an Aboriginal board. It has a majority of Aboriginal staff, and also Circle Project has a majority of clientele, which I believe makes us a Aboriginal organization. With the light of the Canada Truth and Reconciliation Report and the call to action for its recommendations, Council continues to see the value in investment in the community or in the capacity of Aboriginal people to govern and manage social organizations in the city.
Okay, thanks for that. And one other question. We had a lively and I think healthy debate about the police budget earlier today. How does the work that your group do relate to policing?
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. The way in which our work relates to policing and the costs in policing is that we're working primarily in prevention. We work in the areas of education. We work in the areas of raising that level of awareness. And our programs work so there are seamless transitions within individuals. We interface and interlock with social services, probations, child protection, etc. So much of our budgets are spent. For an example, the funding that's provided by the City of Regina helps us to provide a free addictions and lifestyles program in the community. And an element of that is going out and working with other organizations so they don't have to spend the money to hire an addictions counselor. They have access to ours. So we make our dollars stretch quite a ways. With the shrinking pool, it becomes more difficult. And when I take a look at the number of individuals, for an example, just in our family violence program alone, there were 177 people citizens of Regina that participated in the program, some voluntarily, others that were required to be there. Given that number, which doesn't seem very high, but you take that and add the roughly $100,000 per incident that family violence costs in the community, you start doing the math and it's pretty significant.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. In your report, you mentioned that the interview process for requesting funds has changed over the last 2 years. Could you speak briefly about how you would like to see that process?
Mm-hmm. The process that you're talking about, I'm okay to answer this? Okay. The process used to be that we'd put our applications in. Some organizations got multi-year funding, and we had the opportunity to talk to the community board about what the work we were doing, any new trends we were identifying, additional costs we were seeing, and those kinds of issues could be brought up to the committee, the board that we worked with, community board. That process changed 3 years ago, and organizations were no longer invited. Instead, applications were rated based on the written report that was submitted. And so we've lost a really important element, we feel, in keeping that community connection to City Council. Obviously, we work in the community. Our job is not to be here and make presentations to Council. Our job is to do the work that needs to be done to keep our community safe and prevent costly interventions like the police.
So it would be helpful to you if we considered reviewing that process
Yes,
at some
please.
point. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome, and nice to see you guys again. Had the privilege of going to your open house a couple of 3 weeks ago, and why don't you tell more people about what you do? Because everything I heard was better than normal, better than average, and yet I don't know how many people, why don't you say more out publicly than just here?
That's a really good question. That's because we're really busy working, doing the community work that needs to be done. We don't have budgets for PR promotion and all of those kinds of elements that others have, for one thing. For another thing, some of the challenges that have occurred because of things like budget cuts. So now the one program that we're looking for support for, instead of having perhaps 2 funders, now we'll be looking at having 4 or 5 different funders supporting the one program. And that requirement for, first of all, securing the funding, and then secondly, developing the community partnerships, and then thirdly, making sure that we're following all the reporting requirements doesn't leave a lot of money. We're certainly hoping our new website, which was long overdue, that we're trying to promote that quite well.
Right. Your total budget for this coming year would be how much?
We'd be at 1.7 million.
1.7. So if we were to write you a blank check, what would be the amount of money that you would feel comfortable, without extravagances, of course, but to get you by to what you really need to do to bring it forward to the community? What would be your number?
What's the difference between $80,571 and $18,000?
Sure.
Whatever that is.
Okay.
It's roughly 60-some.
60-some thousand. So you would be looking at about 1.85
Yes.
or thereabouts.
Yes.
Okay. Just, I needed to know that.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Feigl. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you very much for coming forward. I think you've highlighted an interesting discussion between a policy issue about being more proactive versus reactive, because we did the policing budget, versus is there a shortage of money or is it the adjudication process? Did you have an opportunity to discuss with our administration, like was it a policy change or was it, did they give you any feedback? Have you had a chance to follow up why the process was changed? Because your arguments are very compelling this evening, I must say.
Only very recently. Within the last probably maybe 6 months or so, we did bring it up as an issue of, because again, the change occurred that there was now community partners, and a huge chunk of that community or the social development budget got utilized into developing these community partnerships. And that was something that I don't know how those were formed. I don't know what the process was. Organizations were approached, I think. I'm not sure. But it's a very good question that we certainly ask ourselves. How did that process occur, and why was it necessary? Looking at the $3 million budget that was talked to earlier, the $3 million that's used for the social development investments, unless it's changed, that has not increased in certainly the years that I've been around, which is 20 years. And out of the $3 million, my understanding is that there's roughly 25% of that actually goes into supporting community programs and community agencies like ours. Those are the numbers that I know. Whether that has changed, I could be corrected.
No, thank you very much, because you have a very compelling argument in terms of with your cost savings and the numbers there by being proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Where else do you get your funding from?
We have our funding from a variety of sources. So, for an example, the family violence program that I talked to that interfaces with this program is completely funded by the SAS Justice. We have funding from the United Way. We have funding from the Aboriginal Friendship Centres of Saskatchewan. We have funding from social services, early childhood, SaskEd, as well as corporate and community support. So the majority comes for specific project funding or program funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hinks.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I'm sure that most of the money that you collect goes towards salaries where your people are out there helping people. But I'm interested in the board. You say you have a board. Now, is this truly a volunteer board, or do they get honorariums or get paid by meetings?
No, it's volunteer. There's no honorariums. It's all with it. Most of our board members have been on at least 10 years with the Circle Project. We meet once a month. There's 7 of us, so, it's...
Don't you think, like you say, for 10 years, usually boards change people that bring new ideas and new ideas for funding and everything, and after 10 years, you're pretty stale. You've really blown your wad, and there's not much left you can do. Have you considered
we're pretty progressive.
Have you considered changing the board, though?
We have the odd change in here, 1 or 2 people at a time. But like I say, the majority of our board have been around for a long time.
Yeah.
It's sort of the Circle Project is very special to us.
Mm-hmm.
And we are looking, I'm getting a little long in the tooth. Yeah. So we are looking at a transition period and trying to get new board members, younger board members on the board.
Well, youth brings a lot to those kind of things, for sure.
Yes.
And new ideas and enthusiasm. And I'm wondering if, like, hearing where you've gotten all your funding, it's almost all government. One launches into the other one, launches into the other one. Now, we in Regina have such a great community of corporate people that donate to all kinds of projects. I'm interested to see if your board or you have approached some of these corporations that are so good, and you know who they are. I mean, there's a lot of them that donate to the community.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the question. And yes, we have longtime community sponsorships and support. For an example, Connexus Credit Unions have been supporting the organization for many, many years. We've got, one of the potash corporations on board. Is smaller, but we have to build up these partnerships. We have to start and develop those partnerships and then grow them from there. So, if you're raising funds for certain causes, you can get a lot of support. If you're raising funds for causes like an interface with the family violence program to teach people about the connection between drugs, alcohol abuse and use and family violence or violence in our community, it's pretty hard sell.
Have you thought about going to them like you're coming to us for more money?
We have.
Okay.
Well, in a lot of cases, in our other funding, we have not seen this kind of decrease in any of our funding whatsoever. This is the only significant decrease that we've seen. I want to go back to another question you asked about honorariums. We do provide for to encourage younger board members. We do provide for childcare or transportation if it's necessary to attend board meetings, but no honorariums. So if there's a young single mom that wants to be on our board, we'll provide for the childcare for the 3 hours or whatever.
Well, that's a good thing. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Other questions? Councillor Fundura?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Question: when the changes are happening and funding is being taken off your table or whatever, has the city approached you for advice or for opinion or any kind of help to see if something gets cut from your funding, where you're going to get it from,
No.
where you're going to be?
No.
So I think the question was asked about maybe reviewing this. Now, do you feel that if the review happens, I think you'll be forefront to come out and give advice on what you need? I mean, you can get $1 million. You know, I mean, it'll be good. But if changes are happening, and no conversation, no communication going between you and the city, for say, then you're lost in that process. So the question is, this has been going on for a couple of years now. Has there been a one-way communication or any communication?
We initiated communication.
And
finally, when we saw the second drop, and we weren't we weren't approached at any time. And so, in answer to your question, if there was a review of some kind or there was a consideration, we'd be more than happy to participate in that kind of dialogue to lend our perspective on that.
Okay. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to our next delegation, D15-106, Jim Elliott. Mr. Elliott, if you could, as you've done in the past, identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here to provide my assessments for your budget this year. First of all, with only 20 days to read or digest over 200 pages, here are my general thoughts. And again, I put it into about 7 points. First of all, the time for engagement in the budgeting process is far too short to fully engage most people, and therefore I'm recommending that you develop a participatory budgeting engagement process where city residents actually propose and vote on community investment projects and then fund it through a predetermined portion of your budget, and I recommend somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million for that. Second of all, the details in your documents are very limited and do not allow for a lot of investigation unless you've got the additional time and energy. And I'll refer you to the list of numbers of pages in past years where we've had over 50% more detail provided in your reports. This year's report also has 15 pages of pictures which don't give a lot of detail about what's in your budget. Third point I'd bring forward is an aspect of jargon, and again, we always try to keep that under control to some extent, but I look at the point on page 117 around transition services. Currently, the city has a transition service branch, and there's no indication or even definition of what that branch does, and therefore, and in general question, what are we either transitioning from or transitioning to? No details. Point 4 is that there's virtually no reference to anything around climate change and carbon dioxide emissions. One would think that the city should be taking some initiatives in that area. Point 5, again, is there's a number of line items that don't have a lot of explanation to them. Again, I refer you to page 57, the Business Transformation Program. There's literally 48 words to tell you what that means, but you're spending $4.85 million at it. So again, not enough information. Previous delegation talked about program cuts. My information says that in the last 10 years, the community investment grant has gone up by 1.5% over those 10 years. So again, I think an area that needs some support. And lastly, there's a number of items that I've described as demanding further inquiry and discussion. And again, I'll bring a few of those to mind. The city manager has a senior advisor, but again, there's no detail about what that person does or what their salary is. In the case of the city manager's budget, the budget is going up by $167,000, but there's 6 less full-time equivalent staff. You have a number of capital budget programs, in fact, identified as unfunded programs. Again, there's $41 million that's being spent on these programs, but again, there's no idea what you're actually spending that money on. And I guess the biggest problem that I have comes up under the last point in my presentation, and that's on page 201. There's actually a line item in your budget there called replacement, and that's it, replacement. There's no description, no indication what that is replacement for or replacement of, and yet you're spending $8.2 million on that line item. I've added a number of other ones in my presentation, and I'm happy to answer them, but I'll leave it at that at this point.
Well, thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Detailed report here. Thanks, Mr. Elliott. Just if you have anything else to add, thanks.
I guess one of the biggest problems that I saw was just, the amount of information, but all the amount of engagement of the public. Albeit you had a tool on your website to discuss things, I'd be hard pressed beyond the people that show up at this meeting to find a lot of people that would have been fully engaged in assessing what you're doing at this meeting, and that's why I've encouraged you to take a much more proactive or an action-oriented approach around participatory budgeting, and in fact you get your citizens actually engaged in the same process that you're dealing with, reviewing projects and giving their recommendations to you directly. And I think from what I've seen of other approaches around the world on this one, we could be increasing your participation by probably anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500 people in any year. So.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions? There are none. You can return to the gallery, Mr. Elliott. We'll move on to, actually, our next delegation, I understand, is not here. This is Valerie and Shelley Jacobson. Could I have a motion to receive and file that communication? Seconded by, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Mr. Novak, I'm not sure he's here. Mr. Novak, is he here in the audience? I don't think so. Move the communication, seconder for it. Councillor Bryce, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next speaker or presenter is Mr. Hopkins. Could you identify yourself, Mr. Hopkins, who you represent? You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to provide our perspective on the 2016 budget. Your Worship, Regina continues to be a beacon of opportunity for people here and afar, in spite of many challenges globally that impact our national and provincial economies. While there is little question that our local economy has slowed compared to the record pace we have set over the last number of years, I'd like to point out that we are still growing and that we still have a number of major projects on the go, like the RRI, the wastewater treatment plant, and the Regina bypass. In preparation for the release of the 2016 budget, we surveyed our members on a number of fronts. First, we asked the following question. The City of Regina will, in all likelihood, be proposing a property tax increase in 2016. Without seeing the budget, what would you recommend City Council do if the recommendation is to increase the mill rate in the range of 3 to 5%? Based on 132 respondents, 48% supported a combination of cuts to programs and or services with a lower mill rate increase. 27% supported the mill rate increase. 18% supported cuts to programs and or services to arrive at 0. When members were asked to rate how likely they would be to support a mill rate increase to the City of Regina's 2016 operating budget on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being full support and 1 being no support, members provided the following responses: a 0% mill rate increase, low or no support 22%, neutral 16%, support to full support 60%. 1 to 3% mill rate increase, low or no support 27%, neutral 19%, and 51% support to full support. 4 to 5% mill rate increase, 72%, low or no support, 15% neutral, and 10% support to full support. 6 to 7% mill rate increase, 93%, low or no support, 4% neutral, and 1% support to full support. 8 to 10% mill rate increase, 96% low or no supports, 2% neutral, and 0 for support to full support. When we asked our members if they would support a mill rate increase dedicated to transportation infrastructure improvements using the same scale of 1 to 5, 0% mill rate increase, low or no support 29%, neutral 16%, support to full support 54%, 1 to 3% mill rate increase, 17% low or no support, 14% neutral, 66% support to full support. 4 to 5% mill rate increase, 60% no support, low or no support, 16% neutral, and 22% support to full support. That's a lot of supports. 6 to 7% mill rate increase, 87% low or no support, 7% neutral, support to full support, 4%, 8 to 10% mill rate increase, 92% low or no support, 4% neutral, and 3% support to full support. Your Worship, competitiveness is arguably one of the most important factors when considering tax rates, be it corporate, capital, consumption, or income. So how does Regina fare when comparing us to our counterparts? The City of Calgary's 2014 residential property taxes and utility charges survey in Regina is compared to Toronto, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, St. John's, Halifax, Winnipeg, Saskatoon, Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, Red Deer, Leduc, Grand Prairie, and I've been everywhere, man. According to the report based on a model, a 1,200 square foot bungalow being 25 years old, located in an average neighborhood, Regina had the 4th lowest net property taxes out of 14 communities at $26.25. 3rd lowest municipal property tax at $1,506. 4th lowest average property tax at $27.04. 4th lowest median property tax at $25.55, and 3rd lowest property tax per person at $13.47. On the utility side, Regina does not fare as well and had the 4th highest municipal utility charges when looking at water, sewer, garbage, land, drainage, and other fees at $112 a month, which is, to a certain degree, is somewhat predictable given we are not located by a large body of water. Your Worship, we would like to encourage you and members of Regina City Council to reduce the mill rate increase tonight by looking at a number of potential sources such as, 1, allocate a portion of this year's surplus.
You have half a minute.
To pay for some of the one-time costs in the budget. 2, review the number of reserve balances which have balances that are above the preferred maximum levels. 3, review the project/capital project list to determine if there are not some that can be deferred because they will be unlikely that they will proceed in 2016. In relation to the utility rate, we would encourage you to reduce the rate to reflect the $11.75 per household that will be coming to the City of Regina from MMSW in 2016. Thank you for the opportunity
Time is
to
up.
present. Not bad, eh?
Perfect timing. Councillor Moore, you have questions?
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and
There's a new movie coming out.
sorry, there you go. You're sounding a little bit like a chipmunk at the very end because you're going really, really fast. But I just wanted to ask, is there something you'd like to add just to that came out of your notes but wasn't able to be part of that 5 minutes?
I made it through all of the notes, so I'm good. I was wondering if I was going to get to the last piece about MMSW, and just for the record, there was a meeting. We're part of I don't know what you want to call it, a working group, and there will be a payment coming to the City of Regina of $11.75 per household, probably by April, and it'll becoming quarterly. At least that's what we were told, because the project plan has been approved by the provincial government.
Right. So again, it's approved, but we still haven't received it yet. So until we receive it, you're aware that we'd have to. We can't jump on that one until we know it's there. Obviously, this has been an ongoing process, as you're aware.
I'm very aware of the process. I'm pretty confident that you will actually get the money. At least that's what I've been told. So I'll leave it there.
Speak into the mic. Thanks very much. Appreciate that. That's all I have. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Could you tell me, you said you had 132 people respond to your survey. How many members do you have? What percent of the membership is that?
We have about 1,200 members, 1,250, somewhere in that range. As far as the response rate, from what I'm told by people that do this all the time, having that type of response rate is not bad for an online type of survey.
Okay.
So it's fairly accurate.
What were you able to, in speaking with some of your members, hear what services they would cut in order to keep taxes lower or at the same rate?
Well, I think one of the first things that we would encourage you to do, we did read the budget documents, and as of July, there was an $8 million surplus.
Yes.
That doesn't account for the fact that it didn't snow. So there may be more than that, maybe less than that. So that's one of the first areas to probably take a look at and say, okay, we've already got that money here, and maybe we can use that to offset the mill rate increase. The other interesting thing that I found in the budget on property tax itself, there was $1 million surplus on that line item alone, at least as of July. So there's something there. I would think that there might be an opportunity there. I think that the message about looking at programs and or services to cut, I think, I believe it was Councillor Burnett that talked about that is part of the process that goes on. And so we support that continuing to be part of the process, as well as a core service review. So to look at those things, and if we don't have to cut programs and or services, great. But ideally, we'd like to see you reduce the mill rate increase, and there's a number of different ways that we've outlined in the submission today.
Okay. Just one last question. Do you understand how we use our reserves and the fact that they actually make revenue for us so that we don't have to borrow money and we can do some of our projects? You're aware of that?
At a high level, yes. I'm aware of how the finances of the City of Regina typically operate.
Okay.
And I think that, for a number of years now, we've come to council and said, okay, so if you have a surplus, use a portion of the surplus. In the past, it's been 50% of the surplus to use to reduce the mill rate increase. That year, if we did that this year and it was actually $8 million, that'd be a pretty significant decrease, I would say. But having said that, we're saying use a portion of it this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Hopkins. You heard Mr. Archibald earlier this evening talk about the regressive property tax. Is that something that you as a group have ever talked about?
Yes, talked about it on a fairly consistent basis. It's a very archaic tax, in fact, in the wonderful world of SAF and development levies, which you'll get next week. That was one of the things that came actually from the Chamber of Commerce about it is really a tax that doesn't work. Having said that, it would be nice if we could somehow get to a system that would work. And I'm aware of some other municipalities, particularly in the United States, where they have access to other tools. Perhaps that's something that could be talked about. And it would be great if we could have a discussion with all the stakeholders in the room so that it's not, so that we could get to we would get to a place where it's not an additional tax, so not, it would be revenue neutral, but get to a tax that would be more based on how the economy actually grows, be that consumption taxes or be that income taxes, whatever the case may be, so that it does in fact grow with the economy. Now, having said that, when I looked again at the budget, I believe this number may not be quite accurate, but from what I recall from the budget documents, about $3 million came from growth in property tax. Mm-hmm. So yes, there is certainly a benefit of seeing the property tax increase, but it doesn't increase to the degree that it needs to increase. Now, sorry, but you got me on this growth concept now, and I just want to add my 2 cents about this because this is really, really important to us. Okay. I mean, growth is much more than just dollars and cents. Growth is about opportunities. And it wasn't all that long ago, I would sit here in this council chamber and we would talk about the negative impact of not growing. The significant challenges we faced as a community because we were not growing. The challenges we faced because people were leaving to go to opportunities elsewhere. Property values were decreasing, not increasing. We bragged about having the lowest cost of living in Canada, but we had no opportunities. That's why we had the lowest, lowest cost of living. With growth, the other factor that was a huge impact to this community is our youth left in droves. And so, is there a cost to the corporation of the City of Regina of growth? Yes, I understand that. I've been involved in the SAF meetings and other meetings, but there's a huge benefit to growth in terms of the impact on the community. So growth is extremely important to our organization. We need to continue to work on that. And in the meantime, to get back to the question that I know you're very, very passionate about, we've been doing this for many, many years. It would be nice that if we got to a system of taxation that actually grew with the economy. There's no question about that. And it would also be nice if we got to a system where, and I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but I'll answer the next question you're probably going to have for me, in that I will be meeting with some representatives of the federal government, and one of the things that I'm, want to really work on is to say that Regina gets its fair share of the new infrastructure money that's coming out from the federal government, which I think we all applaud, but I want to make sure that as much as possible, Regina can get its fair share. I'm concerned right now, to tell you the truth, about Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. I'm concerned about that. But having said that, I have a lot of faith in the member of the government that we do have in this community, in Minister Goodell. And I'm hopeful that Regina will, in fact, get its fair share of the infrastructure money, and that will go some way, not all of the way, to addressing some of the challenges that we have.
Thank you. I want to just go back to a comment you made in your introductory comments. And so, give or take, there was about 12 or 14 cities you listed, and you kept on saying Regina's third lowest, fourth lowest, third lowest, and those types of things. Are your members aware of that, first of all?
There's some awareness, not a lot of awareness, but there is some awareness, because we've been talking about this for a number of years now. It's been in the media on a number of different occasions. Is there more awareness that needs to happen? Yes, we will continue to work at that. But when you're faced with a multitude of challenges talking about property taxes, a lot of time it's like somebody would rather watch the paint dry, sometimes, with all due respect.
Understood.
But, we're trying to do our best in terms of getting the message out that, at the end of the day, what's important to us is, are we competitive? And that's the message that we need to get out, is that, yes, we're competitive, and we need to continue to work on that to try and to continue to grow this community. Do we have some challenges in some areas? I would submit to you that I think it's next Monday, you're going to get the SAF report, and there's going to be another report that's going to be coming about industrial land, those types of things. There's some challenges there. Yep. I'm pretty sure you're aware of that, and I'm concerned about that, or we're concerned about it as a chamber, but it's something that we need to look at as an opportunity and not just a problem.
Thank you. Last question. How do we take numbers and put quality of life to that? I'll give you the example I'm looking at. If we, in fact, have come to the point whereby somehow or other we are among the lower Western Canadian cities in terms of property taxes, and that's what I hear a lot from people who come to this floor, just lower, don't charge, zero is great, or whatever it happens to be. How do I take those, I'll call them lower numbers, and transfer that to quality of life? How do I get that message across?
Well, from our perspective, and this may seem a bit odd, and hopefully it isn't, but from our perspective, we embrace the things that are great about this community. It's not just about the economy. I mean, it could be, but it's not just about the economy. We need to have a vibrant arts sector and culture sector. We need to support our sporting teams. We need to do all of those things. And growth is what allows us to do those things, as opposed to jacking up tax rates. It's expanding the tax base. And I understand and totally appreciate that not all of the growth is captured within the City of Regina, the corporation, but a lot of that is captured with other senior levels of government, particularly as the economy grows. The faster the economy grows, generally speaking, the higher consumption taxes go. Sales tax.
Yes.
Fuel tax. So those are some of the things we've talked about before, that it would be nice if there was a model that somehow captured that better. I mean, there's parts of it that are ingrained within the municipal operating grant. I think that's fair. It's 1% of PST, all of that. So there's some of that, but it would be nice to get to a model that isn't based on a property tax that was created, what, 200 years ago, 150 years ago? I'm not sure when it was created, and worked great back then because that was really the proxy for value or wealth. Today it doesn't work so good.
Thanks. Just one little tip. When you go back to Ottawa and sit down with Mr. Beattie and so on, and you have those discussions, the request a few years ago was for 2% of the federal budget to solve the infrastructure deficit that we have in Canada.
2%. I remember that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question here. The comments about the model to get a sort of a bigger picture of taxation. Your organization probably believes in the concept of a single taxpayer.
Yes.
Do they not? I saw a chart, and maybe administration can get it to you afterwards, but it was a chart that basically showed that for every $100 in all taxes collected,
92 cents.
Or only $8 comes to the municipality. From your perspective, does that seem fair, given the frontline challenges we face here in terms of all our infrastructure?
I'm very well aware of that concept, and there's some debate about that. I know it's an FCM concept, and there's some debate about it. And at the end of the day, I'll just say this. It all gets downloaded onto the taxpayer at the end of the day, and there is only one. But I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of value that's driven out of local government, and there needs to be some work done on that to look at, okay, what is a fairer way of doing this? because there was some comments earlier about fixed incomes. And property tax doesn't matter what your income is. And it doesn't matter from a business perspective if you have profit or not as compared to an income tax. So it's not the greatest form of taxation. If we could ever move the bar and get to a fairer form, I think we'd all be benefit from that. But this is not an easy subject to address because it's been talked about for many, many years. As long as I've been around this stuff, it's been talked about.
Is your organization, nationally, are you looking at, like the Realtors Association, coming up with some proposals that you can take to the higher levels of government?
We've talked about it to different levels of government in the past, and there are certainly other challenges with other levels of government right now, and it's a challenging thing to do because it's a monumental type of change in order to sit down and try to address a tax that I'm not sure what with the entire province what the tax would generate, but it would be a factor of saying what would it cost to replace that, and how would you do it? Would it be a combination? I would think it would be a combination of things, looking at income tax, personal income tax, and corporate income tax, and consumption taxes, be it sales tax and fuel tax, and looking at a whole range of different things to come up with that number. It'd be quite a bit of work, but it'd be an interesting sort of thing to work on. Because I think at the end of the day, it would benefit everyone to get to a system that grows with the economy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Hopkins. You return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. That's Jeff McPherson and Mark Allen. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Your Worship, members of City Council, good evening. My name is Jeff McPherson. I'm the chair of the volunteer board of Regina Exhibition Association, Evraz Place. I've had that privilege of leading this board of directors for the past 8 years. And with me tonight is Mark Allen, president and CEO of Riel. As you know, the volunteer board of directors of Riel is responsible for the oversight and stewardship of Riel, which has operated, stewarded, and developed Evraz Place for over a century. We have modernized our governance model and recently have worked with the city administration to improve the clarity and accountability of Riel to the city. Appointment of our competency-based board to our competency-based board starts with a thorough selection process. Each year, we review the current and future skills and abilities required to understand and contribute to the growth and management of and its $30+ million revenue line. Business acumen, coupled with senior executive experience and specified educational designations in accounting, law, and human resources are needed by the board of directors to ensure the proper stewardship of the city's substantive assets on the property. Once determined, this final slate of candidates is then approved by yourselves, City Council, a clear and visible path of our governance for the community. The board, in turn, is responsible for the selection and supervision of our CEO, Mark Allen, and his leadership of Riel. We are responsible to ensure the wise and prudent use of resources and assets of Riel and ensure those are in alignment with the city's vision for our community. Under the new unanimous members agreement that we have in place with the city, Riel has committed to supply you with the annual capital and operating budget for Riel. I'm here this evening to assure you that that budget, under a framework of investment for the future, has been fully vetted and discussed at 3 levels of Riel. It starts with our management, who creates the budget, experienced and talented team, careful consideration of our strategic direction and our priorities. We have tremendous responsibility and tremendous opportunity to prepare for the substantive investment being added to the property in 2017, specifically the new Mosaic Stadium and the International Trade Center. Once their work's done, their work's submitted to the Audit and Finance Committee of the board, who does the heavy lifting on these budgets. Again, these budgets are fully challenged. We look at opportunities. We look at areas of capital spending and priorities to ensure that what we're doing is appropriate for the property, looking at cost containment and capital deployment of the positive EBITDA that we generate. Finally, the entire board of directors reviews these budgets and then submits them to the city for your receipt. So we're here tonight to assure you that the due diligence has been done on your behalf. Prudent oversight of our capital and operating budget has taken place, and we look forward to continuing our important work in 2016 on Evraz Place on your behalf. Thank you. We welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Hinks.
Well, I'd like to thank you for the presentation and thank you for all the good work you do out there. I had the privilege of being on that board for 10 years, and I really miss being on it because it's such a progressive group of people, and we have so many things happening in the grounds. But one of the things I want to get a question that I have, I got a question.
Good.
It's my annual question to you about what you do in the community, how you serve North Central, and how many employees you have, and your policy about hiring from inside the community.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Evraz Place, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, charity of choice and sort of the sole charity for Evraz Place is the priorities within the inner city that we're able to support. The inner city, meaning that we're really on the edge of North Central, as Council knows, with our property that we run on your behalf. And about 30% of our workforce are visible minorities at this point in time. And increasingly, I would suggest to you, although I didn't bring the detailed breakdown, we're very reflective of the Regina that we see today, particularly with the significant increase in immigrants into the community. And you'll see a wide range of colors, faces, and languages on the property. Even in the last 5 years, there's been dramatic change, as there has been in the community. In terms of giving back to North Central, we've had a long-term partnership with what used to be Herkimer School, then more recently Seven Stones, where we provide scholarships, Christmas dinner for the parents and children, and some ongoing support to the school through some technology assets that they need for teaching. And I think most recently, the most recent example, the North Central Family Center was looking for, I think, a commercial dishwasher, and we were able to, and pleased to provide that to the North Central Family Center. Our understanding of their need there was to improve and increase their throughput of meals that they're feeding and give them the ability to get the dishes washed and get the plates set again for the next group. So that's maybe a few examples of what we're doing in the community and how we're involved in the community.
That's wonderful. I think you do a great job with your summer barbecue and for the whole community, and the Christmas dinner, like you were saying. Now, I want to speak to you about challenges, like with the stadium going in, the west side being knocked down, and new buildings going in there. It's got to be overwhelming to you with all that's happening there. Can you tell me what you feel is your next biggest challenge?
Well, I would say to you the challenge and the opportunities in 2016. Clearly, the one thing that we've all noticed is it's pretty visible to see the new Mosaic Stadium going up next door. I have the privilege of sort of seeing that day by day along with our staff. And, you know, I think that while it's a huge opportunity, we know that we're going to have to invest and raise our game. We know that not only the game on the field for the Rough Rider Football Club is expected to pick up, but so is our game in terms of the service delivery and the customer experience in this modern contemporary stadium. So a significant part of our investment in our organization this year, in people that you see reflected in the highlights to our operating budget, really reflect strategic priorities to be operationally ready, to aspire to operational excellence, and to invest in the people, training, and systems and processes that are required to run $278 million new facility at North American top standard. And so we're highly committed, along with the Rough Rider Football Club and the City of Regina, to meet those targets. And quite clearly, We're a year and a half out, and we have a lot of work to do to be ready for that opening day. The same would apply for the huge opportunity with the International Trade Center. It'll also open in late 2017. Demolition is about to begin within the next few days. A lot of the preliminary work's been done, and we're very much looking forward to opening that facility as well. I would suggest to you that what's made quite clear and in our budget deliberations, which were long and difficult this year, is there's an important need to be able to open those facilities with a full book of business. So one significant part of our investment in our people and our management group is creating a marketing and sales division that will ensure not only that we increase our profile in the community and relate more effectively to the community publicly, but also generate the kinds of books of business that's expected to happen in the new Mosaic Stadium for things other than Rough Rider football, as well as the International Trade Center and the business that we need to attract and grow there. So yes, we're bookended by two pretty significant construction projects. We are today on the one side, on the east side, and we will be on the west. I would have to say that our clients and customers have been tremendously patient with us. And really, when there's such a huge opportunity for the community, we've had a tremendous amount of support from our clients and customers and patients with the business interruption that's taken place. And quite clearly, we're quite excited to be part of an exciting new property in a couple of years.
I, too, am really excited about what's going to happen there. Driving down Sass Drive, I almost get in an accident all the time looking towards the stadium. I would imagine SGI would probably have some reports of accidents of people looking towards the stadium. And thanks for all the good work you do. It's great, and I don't have a question.
There's a pattern developing at Council Inc. Other questions? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Good evening, gentlemen. There's a couple of requests in the budget. One is the $400,000 that has been more or less annual for a while. That hasn't changed, I'm thinking, for more than a decade, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to focus in on the second one that is not your request, but before us, and that is the money to do Confederation Park. Can you give me a notion on how Confederation Park would fit in to the new park and what impact you see it having?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Confederation Park has been an important part of the property for since inception, and the RRI project that produces the new Mosaic Stadium includes an initiative to rejuvenate Confederation Park. And the city's taken this on as part of the initiative associated with the new Mosaic Stadium. And if you were to go to look on the site today, you would see a huge viewing deck on the west side of the new Mosaic Stadium overlooking the park. The park will be fenced and programmed as a pre-game venue for Rough Rider football games as part of an extension of the ticketed area where people can come and congregate before and after the game. As well, obviously with a rejuvenated park, at least it's obvious to us, the park is used for other major events on the property and has been for some time. It's an outdoor spot for people to gather during the Canada's Farm Progress Show. It's been an outdoor venue for grandstand and music entertainment programming for the Queen City X for a number of years. And we're thrilled to be able to offer, I think, with the rejuvenated Confed Park, although I'll have to confess I haven't seen the final sort of plans there. My understanding is the water feature as well as the landscaping and the fencing will be upgraded to modern standards. And certainly, you know, as an organization, I think all of you on council know and understand we're highly committed to the rejuvenation of the entire site as you are. And Confed Park will provide other opportunities for the community that really have not yet been uncovered. But we know that with the beautification and the refinishing of the area, there's going to be more attention than ever. And there is a plan to program that area that's just in the early stages.
So when you talk about programming, and I'll throw in one notion, a wedding. Is that one of those types of things? Backdrop is the stadium, nice grassed area, you could hold your wedding there. I know people often look for wedding pictures. So is that the type of programming on a nice, what's today, December the 8th, and it's a beautiful day, you could be outside. that type of thing. And the other question, I'll just give you two. The other question I'm wondering is, it's just a normal summer day, nothing is going on. Can I take my bike, wheel through, and just stop at the park and sit down and take a break?
Well, certainly, there's an opening on our marketing and sales division for wedding sales, but certainly, yes, Confederation Park has been enjoyed by people on a casual basis over the years. With a higher finish, of course, it has the potential, and the adjacent buildings beside it, potential to do that type of programming. It's still early on, I'll be honest with council, to sort of look at that level of detail there, but certainly those things are possible. Certainly we've also thought of that type of programming in the new catered function spaces represented by the club lounge and the general admission lounge, which overlook the park. So I think one of the great things about the design that we have coming forward of the new Mosaic Stadium with the park really as an integrated part of it is there's a wide range of possibilities, but yes, if someone's coming by and wants to sit in the park, absolutely, it's open. The only caveat to that is on ticketed event days, whether it's Queen City X or Farm Show, it's limited to the patrons that are paying. But on those days are few and far between. In the total calendar year, it would probably be 11 months out of the year available for the public.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen. Just kind of a quick question. This is a new kind of governance model that you're under now, and I know tonight we're kind of focusing on financial side. From the perspective of the board and even operational, are you still very comfortable with the financial health of this new direction that, there's a lot of new opportunities, a lot of new growth, which requires more borrowing, as well as some, the ability to get new events and opportunities? Mr. McPherson, would you comment that as the board, are they very comfortable that you've got a good plan in place and you're following that plan and you're comfortable we'll achieve all those goals?
Yes, we're extremely comfortable, and so I'll touch on your comments about governance. I would suggest to you that our old model of governance probably challenged the paradigm of being able to feel comfortable because you didn't have control of your appointee group selection for the knowledge, skills, and abilities. It was more, and sometimes, unfortunately, a popularity contest. And so we didn't necessarily always have the comfort and skills that we felt necessary to be able to properly steward the assets on your behalf. So what our new governance model has provided is our ability to reach into the marketplace and get an inclusive, comprehensive board that has the skill sets to look at the business plan of management and feel very confident on behalf of yourselves and the citizens of Regina that we can borrow, we can invest. Investing actually and borrowing saves us money over time because we can do certain projects to a quicker and greater extent that allows us to actually save costs down the road. And therefore, we didn't have the capacity even to understand our ability to do that as much as we do today. So the model that we are under with the city allows us to recruit those skill sets if it's human resources oriented, if it's legal oriented, if it's business acumen and financial background oriented. So we feel tremendously comfortable based on that.
Under this new model, is there an external agent, like through our audit, through the external auditor, do they comment on sort of the broader financial kind of position of the organization? Like at the city level and provincial, we have bond rating agencies that kind of look at, do you have a good financial plan? Are you following that plan? You get a AA rating, AAA rating. Is there sort of that external body that can kind of comment on your
like we have a full audited financial statement, but then we also work with the administration, and that financial statement is then rolled up to the city and perused by the administration and included. So everything that we do sort of has a double touch, and right now one of the areas that we're working with the administration on is trying to streamline that flow of communication by using the same auditor and having that insight so that that transference of information, that continuity, that understanding is even better for City Council and for the administration in regards to our overall position, both debt to equity, working capital, all of those elements that make a strong entrepreneurial entity like we are.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, for coming here tonight and for the long wait and for all the good work you do. A couple of questions about the Confederation Park. There had been an application for federal funding at some point earlier this year. I believe it was earlier this year. Could you speak to that?
don't think the application was made by Riel, it was made by the City of Regina, so.
Okay, I'll say that question for admin then.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, the city's been shepherding that one along, and I'm not familiar with the answer to that.
My mistake, thanks.
That's okay.
And then the other question is, what specifically will that money be used for? Do you know the actual tangible changes we'll see with this money, should it be approved?
Sorry, this is on the Confederation Park?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Councillor Fraser, the administration could probably tell you.
Yeah.
It's their application.
Thanks a lot.
Other questions, the delegation? Thank you very much for your patience in answering questions. It's been a long evening. The report that we're going to look at now is the operating and capital plan for Riel for 2016. It is an information item, and it relates primarily, it comes to us in this way because of the new governance structure with Riel to our council. So I have a motion to receive and file the report. Councillor Bryce, second by Councillor Hinks. Any discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Well, for those in the gallery and those on TV, we are now going to be considering City Manager's Report 15-13, which is the 2016 tax reported general, utility, and capital budgets. This is report CM 15-13. And just a friendly reminder to members of council that we have a lot to do here and not a great deal of time. And reminder that discussions on main motions are 5 minutes. If you keep your comments to around that time frame, and amendments 3 minutes. Councillor O'Donnell, the floor is yours.
Thanks. So I'll just formally introduce the 2016 tax-supported general and utility operating and capital budgets. I'll seek a seconder, and I'll just make a couple comments.
Councillor Flagel.
So what we have before us, and this is what has been posted for some 5 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks, is what we're going to be considering now. There are about 14 different recommendations here. I'm not going to read them, but I will go into my personal comments to begin. I will close debate, and I will suggest to you what I will talk about at the end as well. First of all, I want to compliment our staff. That is that we have a document before us that I think was very well done. And if it was just me saying that, that would be one thing. But I've actually had people come and talk to me who have read this and discuss it, and also complimented on the good nature of this report. So to our staff, thank you. And I think we all are aware that there's been some money left over, or at least projected to be left over for this year. Other cities do not have that benefit, so I also want to compliment the staff on the efficiency of which they have run our city in this last year. Thank you. I have an amendment I'd like to put forward.
Okay.
This will, at least for all of us, I'm assuming there'll be another amendment or two, so this will test the waters as to how we do this time. And mine is very small. So for your references, it's on page 94 in the document. It reads the Community Investments Henry Baker Scholarship. It reads at $19,000 currently. My request is for an additional $15,000. I will ask for a seconder, and I'll speak to that, please.
Seconder. Okay, yeah, Councillor Young.
Currently, we offer 13 scholarships. It's been going since the early 90s. As council, I'm very proud that we do this, and in the community, this is very well accepted. But things have changed since the 90s. A $1,000 scholarship does not go very far anymore. So we're looking at making the following 2 changes. Every scholarship will be a $2,000 scholarship. That is the initial first-year student ones, as well as the ones that are for graduate students, all be at $2,000. And we would like to introduce 3 new scholarships. There are other institutions like the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology, as an example, that we would also like to offer scholarship to. These are all post-secondary programs offered within the province and accredited within the province. I think this would serve us well. So I'm looking for $15,000, please.
On the amendment, Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I feel slightly different. I think this is a huge jump, and if we're going to increase scholarship, I think we should do it a little bit every year. I think, although it doesn't seem like a big amount, it's almost double what we currently do. I also truly believe, as a resident of Regina and the taxpayers of Regina, that these scholarships should go to permanent residents of Regina, not just because they're going to an educational school in Regina. I think we need to focus these scholarships on Regina residents rather than any students. So that's my 2 cents with it. So I disagree with increasing it by 15,000. I think we need to take little bites of it to move forward, but people in my area can't afford that big percentage of a jump in anything, let alone scholarships.
Other speakers to the amendment? I'll speak from the chair for just a moment. That's all right. I don't disagree with the intent of increasing the budget for scholarships. I think it's a laudable thing to do. What I don't have is sort of pre-notice of the consideration of that. So I'm wondering if Councilor O'Donnell would look at a referral motion to send this for the administration to come back for a report to us to look at, and any funding changes would come from our reserve that would fund that. But I just want to think about that. I haven't had a chance to. I don't disagree with it. So my view would be a referral motion with a report back. We could do something in 2016, but it would be funded whatever level we came to from our general surplus reserve.
I'm going to leave it on the floor as asked.
As asked. Okay. So members are clear on the ask. It is for $15,000 more of a $19,000 budget. It's on the screen. Okay.
Should be on yours in front of you.
Okay. You have it there. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Okay. So the question remains where the funding comes from, and that was not part of the motion.
It was not, and I would probably suggest a general reserve at this point in time, but I could leave that to the administration for direction.
So you're back in the main report.
I am.
Okay.
So I simply have the following comment to make. I will be speaking last, and so I'm not going to take away, but I will tell you what I will be looking for over the course of the evening. I believe that we have the opportunity to do a couple of things. One, I'm looking for additional funds in community investments. Two, I'll be looking for a reduction in the mill rate by 0.5%. And I'll be looking for a wholehearted discussion on the utility rate increase. I'll just serve notice that that's what I'll be looking for. If those are not on the floor, I'll be issuing those at the end of the meeting.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you very much. So I've had a number of emails and calls from people in my ward who are on a fixed pension income, I'll put it that way, or fixed income where they have no ability to increase that every year. It's out of their control. So tax increases take food off of their tables. I think that we need to be a little bit more prudent in how we're spending our money. So I really feel that we need to consider this whenever we're looking at tax increases. I do have a question for the administration of what is our unanticipated assessment revenue for 2015?
Mr. City Manager.
Your Worship and members of Council, the assessment revenue forecast budget for 2016 is anticipated to be approximately $1 million higher than what's published in this document. The explanation for that relates to the approach we take to estimating assessment revenue. Taxable assessment changes as the city grows, as appeals for property reassessments are made, and in so doing, we run models that anticipate what the revenue from those assessments will look like. That's part of the planning process. There are iterations of that model, and the latest iteration shows that our revenue expectations for next year should be approximately $1 million higher than what we published at the time this budget was released. So to the extent that Council wants to recognize those revenues as an amendment to the budget, the effect would be to reduce the net levy requirement and reduce the mill rate by approximately 0.5%.
So I have a few other things to go on, but I'm going to start. I'm going to start with an amendment that actually says to use that $1 million to reduce the mill rate.
Okay, I have a seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins moves that. Do you want to speak to the issue?
Can I get clarification on the motion, please, Mr. Chair?
Okay, my exact motion that the administration use the $1 million in anticipated assessment revenues from 2015 to reduce the 2016 mill rate.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
But I'm not that quick.
Oh, okay. Okay, million in unanticipated assessment revenues in 2015 to reduce the 2016 mill rate.
The 2015 reduce.
So this is money that we didn't know about. We just are hearing of it now, so I think it is prudent to actually put this money to decrease the mill rate. So I'll leave that at that, and then I'll continue on once we vote.
Councillor Hawkins seconds that. Discussion on this. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd simply echo Councillor Bryce's words. This is money that has become available. It's not dedicated to any particular purpose. I think that it can be used prudently in this case to reduce the mill rate, which will assist, as Councillor Bryce has pointed out, people on low and fixed incomes. It'll also make the overall mill rate for the city very reasonable and well within the, well under, in fact, the municipal inflation rate. So I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. Archer, you want to add to the conversation?
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, just a clarification. My description of the assessment revenue estimate reflects 2016 revenue estimates. Okay. So we run models that anticipate what revenue we will receive in 2016 from assessment, and that current model shows $1 million more than what we were working with when we produced this budget. So it's revenues in 2016 are going to be higher by $1 million.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor O'Donnell to the amendment.
Thanks. This is, this would, if I could ask the administration, would this be about a 0.5% reduction in the mill rate? Is that approximately correct?
Your Worship and members of council, that is correct, approximately 0.5.
So just in terms of accuracy and so on, so is there a calculator and some good folks?
I'm sure that they'll do it while we're speaking.
And so that at some point in time, we'll know tonight what that means? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I will support this, but I'm also going to object to the notion that both our administration and council do not take the ability for people to pay when we look at these things. That's why this is out for public disclosure, and this is not about retired people who can or cannot pay. This is putting this on the table. I object to the comment.
It's a bit harsh, Councillor O'Donnell. I guess so. Okay, other speakers to the amendment? I'd like to speak to the amendment. Councillor O'Donnell, if you could take the chair.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to speak to this. I favor this completely. Thank you, Councillor Bryce, for bringing this forward. This is unexpected, unanticipated revenue that we weren't aware of when the budget was being put together. So I'm fully supportive of that. I believe, though, it'll be greater than a half a mil or 0.5%. It actually is larger. So I believe that $1.7 million, I believe, for a mill. So it's actually larger. So I want to know what that is, and we'll get that calculated at the end of the day. But again, you know, we are looking at a source of revenue potentially for us, and I'm sure this will pass. I hope that it will lessen impact on taxpayers. And I think this is prudent. We're looking at this, and I would urge members of council to support it. It is not affecting any program, any service that we have in the 2016 budget. And I do share the fact that, in fact, there are people who are looking tonight who are on fixed incomes that have concerns. And that's why we listen to them, because it is a concern to some people. And we listen to everybody, what their concerns are. I've heard this in my office by way of phone calls, letters, about how much people can afford to pay. So we listen to them. And this is a point of doing that. Thank you. Councillor Bryce, are you want to closing debate on the, Councillor Flagel, on the amendment?
Yeah, on the amendment. Sorry, thanks. If we asked this question last year at the same time in an anticipated 2015, would there be $500,000, $1 million, minus, negative? What would we be at? Do we know?
Mr. Archer?
Your Worship and members of council, the model is run continuously as information becomes available. So it's difficult for me to go back 12 months and tell you that there would have been a number in the range of the estimates that you're describing.
Okay.
It will vary as information becomes
Yeah.
available to us.
I was just looking to see if there's any consistency with this going forward for 17, 18, if this was something that we could just line budget it in, and then we wouldn't have to deal with an amendment, is all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Bryce to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that I started by saying I've had a number of calls and emails from people in Ward 7 who are on fixed and lower incomes, and that's why one of the reasons I'm bringing it forward.
Thank you for that. We're all clear on the amendment? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Bryce, you have about 3 minutes and 47 seconds
Okay, I'll
to
talk
speak on your
fast.
motion,
Sure.
on the main motion.
I know we've talked about this in previous years, but any work that we weren't able to finish in 2015, is there any? A road that didn't get paved, a construction job that didn't get done that we weren't able to complete?
Mr. Archer?
Your Worship and members of the council, there are, through the planned multi-year capital projects, work that will continue into 2016. But from the perspective of managing this year's program, we have a forecast surplus at year end of approximately $5 million at last estimate. And that reflects several influencing factors, staff vacancies, price differences between what we anticipated to spend versus what we ended up actually spending, and other relatively minor factors. So to describe those as being attributable to unfinished or unstarted work would not be accurate. It's work that will continue into 2016 that was anticipated to do so, and the surplus reflects money that was anticipated to be spent in 2015 that will go unspent, transferred to reserves at the end of the year as part of our year-end audit process.
Thank you. And how much are we actually transferring to reserves without that $5 million as part of the budget?
Mr. Archer?
Your Worship and members of council, that's an interesting element of the planning and budgeting process that we follow here. When we transfer money to reserves, the funding for capital projects comes from those reserves in the amounts anticipated from the transfer. So we don't currently have a financial plan that anticipates we're putting money away for the future, for future spending that's not currently contemplated. We're spending in those reserves what we expected to spend. We don't have a savings plan. The annual year-end surplus transfer is essentially our savings plan.
So out of that $5 million surplus for this year, is there any of that without having any impact on our 2016 budget that we can use to then again reduce our budget again this year? Without having the impact?
Mr. Archer?
Negative impact?
Your Worship and members of council, one of the principles we follow in municipal budgeting is that, first of all, we have to have a balanced budget, and that is planned revenues have to equal planned expenditures. If we were to take some of those planned revenues off the table by reducing the mill rate, for example, because we used some of this year's surplus, we would be creating what's called a structural deficit. That money would have to be made up in 2017 or later. If we had one-time funding opportunities, projects in 2016 that we were choosing not to fund with a tax levy, but instead with surplus dollars, you could avoid that. The other caution I would offer in providing some feedback, so you could do this. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it for the reason of creating a structural deficit and in contemplation of what the federal government is signaling with respect to future infrastructure funding opportunities. Having the reserves available for taking advantage of those is prudent and appropriate consideration. Council could elect to use some of the surplus to reduce the mill rate. My advice would be you not do that.
Okay, I understand your advice, and I understand why, and I still want money to be available if grants are available through the federal government so that I'd rather use a surplus than go into debt, so I'll just take that. I do have a question about transit. I noticed on page 73 of the transit, or of the budget, that the seniors' annual pass has gone from $240 down to $175. So I'd just like an explanation, please. and I will move really quickly after that.
Okay. Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, to the best of my knowledge, that is a typo in the budget book. I'll ask Mr. Bells to comment further.
Mr. Bells?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is a typo in the budget book. The number for 2016 will be $276.
Okay, I'm disappointed to hear that. I was hoping that we could have seniors have a break on it, but I am disappointed and understand it is a typo. I'd like to know how many of, with that 1% for roads, residential roads, how many kilometers did we do last year? I'm talking really fast, honest.
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, I'm going to have to go by memory. The report is in front of Public Works on Thursday of this week. I believe it was around 7.9 kilometers.
7.9 kilometers. And how many streets, like Gale Street, will we be doing next year? How many kilometers worth of streets?
Again, I believe from memory it's about 8.9 kilometers.
Thank you. I look forward to that as well. I'll end my comments there because I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the main motion? Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to begin by talking about engagement, public engagement. It has been something that I've been spending time on this year, but in sitting and thinking about this budget, it starts now for the next year, and some of it's even been going on for quite some time because we're looking at long-term plans and master plans. So every meeting we have has something that might pertain to the budget, and every public meeting we have, and every standing committee meeting that we have as a council talks about parts of the budget that end up here on this table. So there is an opportunity for the public to understand and know. But not many people have the time or the interest in coming to all of our meetings to learn all about what we're doing and what's going into the budget. So community engagement is an important part of that, looking at the big picture. The city had their tools on the website this year, and I took an opportunity to work with some of my community associations throughout the year by bringing things to them that we had done at committee level so that they could understand what was happening. Didn't spend a lot of time on that, but some. And for 2 of the community associations this year, I took the budget tool online to them, and we talked about what was important to them, and we talked about the major areas. And my question to them is, what would you put more money into? What would you take money out of, so that you have to balance that budget? And the things they talked about were the things that affected them the most for the area that they lived in. They talked about roads. Nobody has any problems with the 1%. And so my question this evening is just to clarify, will we, at the end of the 5 years of the 1% tax, have, with the city dollars that go into residential roads, about $14 million a year to put on residential roads? Is that in the neighborhood?
Mr. Archer?
Your Worship and members of the council, that's in the neighborhood. Assessment growth will continue over that window, and so the value of a 1% funding increase will change as that assessment figure grows. So, but yes, in terms of estimating,
so it could be even more than that. Okay.
I would imagine, yes.
And if you want to know exactly how it's being spent and which roads are going to be done, come to Public Works on Thursday afternoon, and you'll see all that information. And the other thing they talked about are the things that really affect them, like sewage backup in basements, flood drainage, and easements and flood control. And so those are the things that are really important to them and that they wanted to know more about. And they don't want to reduce any services. And whenever I ask anybody, what would you reduce to try to bring that down? Nobody wants to reduce community services. They want quality of life. They want parks. They want all the things that make their life wonderful here in this city, and they forget that those are some of the things that we have to have taxes to be able to manage and do. So I want to do more of that kind of engagement at the community association level, because I think if we work with the executives and we even have public meetings in those areas, that's one way that we might get more discussion about what the city actually does and what it costs. So the other thing that I wanted to ask about in this budget is the stadium, because I think we sometimes forget the bargain that we have with that stadium. So I'll ask one question. Of the total capital cost of building that community stadium, what is the percent that the municipal taxpayer will pay in the end of the capital budget?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, the total capital cost is $278 million, and the municipal portion is roughly 25%.
25%. Thank you.
Pretty good deal.
Yeah. Okay, and the .45 that's going to be collected every year for 10 years, can you tell me where is that money now? Where does it go, and what is it used for?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, that money is collected by the city, of course, as part of the municipal mill rate each year, and it's allocated to the project. So we laid out a long-term financial plan for 30 years. That portion of funding goes into that plan to repay the debt and so on that is incurred as part of the project. And basically that funds the repayment, including both the capital cost portions, and over time supports the operating costs as well.
Thank you. So when I talk to people, the one thing they ask about in the budget that they're having difficulty with is the utility rate that has gone up every year, and so in this case, I'm going to put forward a motion that. Pardon?
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
In order to show good faith to people that we're going to look at this and give them more information about it, this is the motion that I'm putting forward. That the administration reduce the proposed 2016 utility rate from 6% to 5%, and that the administration prepare a report in 2016 to review future utility rates to ensure that Regina has a sustainable, affordable utility in the future. And I understand that the administration is aware of this request and has no issues with it.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins says that. Okay. Speakers to the amendment. No, you go first. Councillor Fraser.
Hey, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Young, for this amendment, an interesting idea. Is 6% the real number? How did we come up with that number?
I'm sure it's a real number, not pulled out of a hat. Mr. Archer, you want
to? Your Worship, this rate change reflects a 25-year plan that we're following for managing our water and wastewater services. Ms. Gazmo could provide some additional context.
Ms. Gazmo?
Through your Worship, actually, I'll ask Ms. Wilson to provide some
Ms. Wilson?
information.
Through you, Your Worship, the utility operates under a model that is established for 25 years, and it considers the overall costs, the revenue coming in, all of the operating expenditures, and the planned capital as best it can be projected. Of course, going out that far, there's a lot of assumptions that need to be made and our best estimates. We are also doing work, as you know, on master plans for both the wastewater and for water. And there are a number of unknowns with those, but again, we do our best to put placeholders in that reflect the likely needs of the community going forward, considering growth and all of our current understandings of infrastructure deficits.
Okay, thanks for that. So just a comment, I'd say in the back of my mind always, being on council, is how do we make sure that our generation pays for itself? Because I feel like part of the hole we're in right now with infrastructure is we have past generations who've done lots of great things for our country and our province and our city, but haven't necessarily paid for it all as far as infrastructure goes. So I'm curious to hear what other people think, but in my mind, if 6% is real number, which I presume it to be. I presume all the numbers that come before us are real numbers. It's unfortunate. We'd like to have it be free, wouldn't we? But if that's what it costs to actually pay for something we're using, then I think we should do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Hawkins, I believe you were next. Others raise their hand if they want to speak to the amendment, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I too think it's very important that each generation carries its weight and pays for infrastructure, and it's one of the reasons why I supported the P3 wastewater treatment plant. That's a model that does ensure that each generation pays for what it uses. I think that it's important as well that we go back and fix some of the infrastructure deficit in the city that has grown up over the years. I appreciate the fact that we need to charge an amount. The amount was set at 6%, but I also hear what was said, that it was based on a number of assumptions. I know that the public is concerned about this. This is the one area of the budget in which I had feedback on. I think people want us to look at the model, want us to check the assumptions, and I think that this motion facilitates that, facilitates a good faith review of our model, of the correct number. It also presents an opportunity to educate the public on what an appropriate amount is. We can afford the 6% down to 5% without any noticeable consequence, and we'll have a more solid plan, an updated plan going forward. That's why I support Councillor Young's motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I think, too, I'll probably be supporting this reduction. I guess one of the things that I look at the water utility, I appreciate the business focus that's taken in terms of the 25-year financing and how we come up with our numbers, because one of the things I like about the overall budget is how we're forward-looking, how we're trying to address the challenges of renewal. I guess my question to administration, we have the flexibility of going 25 years or 26 years to fix it all, or 27. Is there any significant impact of, are we just pushing the problem further out?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, certainly changing the mill rate would affect the model and potentially push down some of the expenses to later, to pay later. Things also get more expensive into the future, and the rates could potentially be higher. Just based on the projects that are put into the model, while they are best guesses, they're also based on studies, independent studies for different components of it, where the wastewater master plan and the water master plan will take a more systematic view and then provide some more holistic information to supporting the assumptions in the model.
Previous to we got into a more strategic framework, we hear a lot that we just avoided kind of renewal, infrastructure renewal. Is that a fair statement to make? Let's say
Excuse me?
10, 20 years ago when we were addressing, because when I look at the water utility, if I look at the big component parts, the wastewater treatment plant, the McCarthy pumping, the trunk line and trunk line relief, the southeast pressure system, as Councillor Young referred to, the residential piping and flooding that's happening at their home. Now we had a situation with the water facility. Seems like every component is broken. So I'm really concerned that we want to make sure that there's enough that we can really, as the other councillors have said, pay our way as a generation.
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, I'm not sure if I can comment on the past and the investment. Certainly our infrastructure is aging, our community is growing, and there are increased pressures on the infrastructure. Those are compounding to create some of the issues that we are having. But the approach that we're taking in the modeling that we're doing is trying to consider all of those impacts in setting the appropriate rate moving forward.
I think just in closing, I'd say that of the only comments I've received back, which is very few, it has been on the utility side. And I think that while I'd like to be able to pay it off as quickly as possible, I think I have to listen to the feedback, and I think I'm comfortable to show that, you know, if we take this 1% reduction, it seems that would be acceptable, so I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. The question to the administration be, the questions that I get is base charge. 2 people in a house, I'm paying $100 or more per month. How do we, I mean, I know we're looking at the going from 6 to 5. But is that going to change anything on our base charge? How does that gets calculated, and what answers can we give to individuals that say, I'm one in a house, I'm two in a house, I'm paying all like $100 or more? I can see there's 8 or 7 of us in the house, but 1 or 2. How does the base rate gets calculated to what do we charge and all that? Like, how do I explain that? Your Worship?
Mr. Archer?
Your Worship and members of council, very broadly, the base charge is reflective of the fixed costs of hooking up to the system. It's the cost of maintaining the infrastructure and having the system available for use. Ms. Wilson could offer some more context and explanation.
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship. In terms of the base charge, the very large majority of our costs are fixed costs, the pipes in the ground, all of the pump stations and lift stations and so on, reservoirs that we have throughout the city. The base charge, the revenue collected from the base charge actually does not cover all of the costs of those fixed assets that we look after. In part, the choice to put more of the weight on the variable charge also helps to encourage conservation. So more of the charge is actually loaded onto the variable part of the rate, which is the amount people pay for each cubic meter of water they use. So whether there's 1 person in the household or 10, we do still have to have the same amount of piping in the ground to get it to them, and those fixed costs remain.
Okay. So how do we, it sounds good, but how do we explain that to individuals? I mean, that's a pretty good high-level explanation, but they're still saying, there's only 1 or 2 of me, and I'm still paying this. So is there a chance to move on the base charge, or is that something that we going to be hurting ourselves, keeping our infrastructure running properly?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, as we review the rate structure and the level of the rates, reviewing the structure of the rates is also a reasonable thing to do. One of the benefits of a fixed charge or a portion of fixed charges, it does provide some rate stability. As we encourage people to conserve and they use less water, that does have an impact of reducing the total amount of revenue that comes in as well. But the overall structure and what kind of behavior and the impact on customers is all something that can be considered as we review the overall revenue.
That's good. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce, on the amendment.
I just wanted to, there's a couple of concerns that residents in my area had about the water charge. One was, what happens when somebody goes away for the winter, which a number of Regina people do, and they shut off their water? They're not paying that base rate while they're away, are they?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, if customers are away and they wish to turn their water off, they may do so, and then they don't pay that base charge during that time.
So that fixed cost of them hooking up, as you just described, gets shared by all the rest of Regina, right?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, that's true.
Is there any way to fix that?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, that would be something else that we could review as we look at the rate structure.
Thank you. I agree that we need to pay for what we're doing today. But if it's something that's going to last many years, then the people who are going to be getting the service out of it for that number of years, I think it's okay for them to pay for it too. So how long has our current wastewater treatment center lasted? Maybe center is not a right word, plant.
Through you, Your Worship, could you repeat that?
How old is our wastewater treatment plant?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, the current plant had some upgrades in the 80s. There's been a plant for a number of decades before that, but it's been at different states. So primary treatment, very limited, where we just screen out solid matter, and then adding on secondary and tertiary treatment over time.
Thank you. I'm in agreement of decreasing this. As I said, I've heard from lots of my residents, and this was one of the big ones. So I'm in agreement, and it will be shared over the number of years, but that's okay. We're going to be getting use out of it for many, many years to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Donnell to the amendment.
Thanks very much. I'm going to do some very quick hitters. The word is education. I'm going to ask Ms. Wilson just yes or no on the many questions I'm going to ask. I'm going to go back for
3 minutes.
Yeah, no, this will be quick. I want you to be reminded that when the Chamber of Commerce stood up, they reminded us that Regina is not located on a river, and it provides, and yet we have to provide water. So when we think of utility, does it cover the following, please? Water mains?
Yes.
Storage reservoirs?
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Pumping stations?
Why don't you add them all together so we have one yes?
I'm trying to make a point here.
I
Pumping
see that.
stations?
Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Building service connections?
Yes.
Wastewater treatment plant?
Yes.
Wastewater and storm drainage?
Yes.
Drainage channels and creeks?
Yes.
Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant?
Yes.
Are you doing effluent research with the U of S and U of R to do treatment prior to and post the new plant construction?
Yes.
Is there going to be a new septic receiving station?
Yes.
Is there improved communication regulation to ensure low levels of fats, oils, and grease in the system?
Yes.
Improved laboratory testing to ensure materials released into the environment meet required standards?
Yes.
Wastewater trunk relief, increased capacity of wastewater collection system to reduce sewer backup?
Yes.
Upgrade drainage system to reduce flooding and reduce the amount of rainwater from entering the wastewater system?
Yes.
And are you looking at another detention pond?
Yes.
Thank you. My point is simply this. It's not about turning the water on and off. This covers many, many things. And I think what we have not done a really good job of is making sure people understand that whole concept of what the utility does and where it goes. I'm going to support the amendment because it gives us the opportunity in the next year to make sure that we do those things and make sure people see that. So my hope, my desire would be that we look at some public notion, public engagement to make sure people understand that. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser, you're next. To the amendment. Have you? Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just wanted to ask, is this going to hurt us in any way going forward, 2016, 17, 18, 19? If we do this one time and then have to maybe do it again next year, or are we going to set a precedent of we'll come in next year at 5% and then we'll want to do it at 4%? Can you answer something?
Mr. Archer, is this to us to decide?
Your Worship and members of Council, to Councillor Flagel's last part of his question, I really couldn't predict what future councils will do with the recommendations about rate increases. We've got a 25-year plan for managing a system that isn't making a profit. It's taking in as much revenue as it will expend in cost to keep it going. But as technologies change, as methods for managing the service change, there could be opportunities for our actual cost to differ from our plan. But based on what we know right now, what we're doing if we adjust the rate change is assume a different level of risk than what's inherent in the 6% increase. So it's an unknown. It's just a higher level of risk.
Yeah. A question, thanks. A question is asked of me is why do we always increase the rates and then just take it and put it into our general reserve as opposed to leaving it in the utility reserve? But why do we put it in the general? Because we're going to reduce our general reserve intake maybe for next year by 1%, possibly.
Mr. Archer?
Your Worship and members of Council, if those are the types of questions councillors are dealing with in talking to customers of the utility service, then there's a level of information we need to provide about how we fund this service. There aren't water revenues going into our general tax reserve. There's a utility reserve, and that's where dollars that are not expended in 2016 will go to fund future investments in the utility system. It's a separate system designed, as I said, to be self-funding. It does not support or offset property taxes.
So it does not go into the general reserve as perception might be. So the money that we're sitting here with 1% less just means there'll be less revenue going into the utility reserve to buy and build the better mousetrap next year and the year after and year after. Okay, thanks.
Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell, would you take the chair, please? I want to thank Councillor Young for the amendment, and I'm going to support it. This had been a discussion that has been had with the administration for a few weeks, and Mr. Archer spoke to me about this and others about this is possible and feasible. Now, the point I want to make is that we're looking at a 25-year model, which I think is a little bit unprecedented for most municipal governments to look at a 25-year funding source and how and when we do that. This is all about choices and about risk. The rates have been higher in previous years. They've been a lot higher, actually. We've seen a reduction in these last couple of years. If there's one issue that residents have said to me, and I think other members of council have spoken to this, it is utility rates being high. This motion may change the risk factor to some degree, but indicates, firstly, it's inherently feasible within the model itself. And it sends a signal to the public that we listen to what you said and we understand this. On a two-part motion, to reduce from 6 to 5% is important. But the next part for me is equally important, and maybe even more so, is to ensure that we have a sustainable and affordable utility into the future, both how we fund, self-fund the system, which is water, wastewater, and drainage, and what its impact is on residents, to ensure that we always do the gut check, do the review to ensure that it's feasible in the short term, medium term, and long term. I support this motion. It says we're listening to what the public says, but it also continues with the integrity of the investment that we're making on behalf of Regina residents to ensure we have safe water, wastewater is handled properly, and drainage is handled properly as well. So I'd ask members of council to please support the amendment. Any other speakers? Councillor Young, do you want to finish debate on this or go back on? You have about a half a minute or so on the main motion.
No, I think I'll just close the debate on this. This is an excellent model, and our staff has put in countless hours on coming up with the asset management information and the master plans that are going to be coming forward. It's a huge investment for this city, and I think that the model will, in the long run, show that this is the way to go. And the thing about this model is that, unlike the property tax that goes for the municipal operating budget, this is a user pay budget. So it's not just property tax owners that are paying, and it's the actual users of this service. And what I think this motion will do is bring forward some information to help educate the public and ourselves about what this is doing and how important it is. So I think that is the strongest part of this recommendation. It just draws attention to it. Do I have a minute? Okay. I just want to say that the historic patterns of deferring renewal and infrastructure of the past is not part of what this administration is doing, and they are providing great leadership for us in moving forward the future, as well as trying to fix some of the infrastructure from the past. And so I think this is an excellent budget.
Before we move on to voting on the amendment, we don't have a time frame, and we should have a time frame for a report back through the administration. So it would make sense that we have a time frame that would either influence 2017 or 2017 rates. So if I could ask the administration or to Councillor Young.
So could I have from you what would be a reasonable time frame for that?
For the report back. Ms. Wilson? Looks like everybody's looking at you.
Through you, Your Worship. The time frame is going to depend on exactly what will be in this report. The master plans are only going to be coming back in 2016 and 2017. We won't have all of that information. And my colleagues in finance may be able to speak more about capacity since they will be doing a substantial amount of this work. I would say definitely later in 2016.
The second half of 2016?
At least third quarter.
Before the new budget is finalized.
I'll defer to my colleagues in finance for a moment.
Your Worship, I'm Debbie McCaig-Pazig, Manager of Utility Billing, and will be heavily involved in doing this rate review. There's a significant amount of work involved in doing the in-depth review that Council is asking us to do. We can certainly complete it late in 2016 if that is the will of Council, but it will be coming in more towards the fourth quarter, and at that point in time, a good deal of work for the budget is already completed and in its final preparatory stages to come to Council. It would be my recommendation that we integrate this review into our 2018 budget if Council is agreeable to that.
Fourth quarter 2016?
We haven't really talked about the extent that this review would have to have. I'm thinking more of how we explain to the public what this model is and what it does for us. Does that help shorten the timeline that it would take to put information about the model together, what it covers, how it's paid for, what you're looking at for the future, without all the detail you'd be giving in a master plan, for instance?
I think I might go to Mr. Archer first for a more global, high-level discussion. Mr. Archer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, I think the nature of the review that I'm hearing described would be one that we could finish in late Q3, early Q4, with the understanding that it too will evolve as our understanding of the system's needs and questions about affordability become clear for us. So with that caveat, we would have something in your hands in Q3 that addresses the questions Councillor Young is asking, not necessarily resolving all the questions about the rate structure or the model that we're applying, but addresses questions about affordability and sustainability.
So third quarter of 16.
Okay.
That is the amendment before us. There's no other speakers on the amendment. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next speaker on the main motion is Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I've got one question and potentially a couple motions to bring forward here. So I just first want to ask administration in regards to Bike Regina's presentation. The idea of incorporating bike planning into new road builds and maintenance, what would that take exactly? Like, would that be a dedicated spending line item, or is it just taking the money we already have dedicated towards roads and working it into that program, or where are we at with that? Thank you.
Through your worship, that's something that we would do in the review stages. We do have approximately $22 million identified within the servicing agreement fees for projects related to the bike network. And we have 17 priority bike projects. So what we would do is we'd prioritize them, and as the projects come forward, we would look at them and try and have the synergies that they would be done at the same time as any renewal or building of roadway systems.
Okay, thank you. Is there a tangible cost to that, or that would just be worked into that?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, it would depend on the project that was earmarked for that specific roadway. So each one is different. For example, the Lawrence Street Bikeway and Victoria Street 11th Avenue project was supposed to be done in 2015, but due to resourcing constraints, it's being pushed to the next into 2016. That's a $50,000 project.
Okay, thanks for that. And two motions to bring forward here. The first has to do with social development. I know Councillor Donald suggested he too would like to bring forward a motion, so I don't mean to step in the way, but I appreciate. We'll see where this conversation goes, and we might have another motion later. I hope not, because I hope this passes. I'd like to bring forward a motion that we put an extra $1 million actually into the social development fund. And that money, to say where it would be from the $1 million we just reallocated to knocking the mill rate down. As mentioned by one of our, I guess I would need a seconder before I speak.
Seconder for that? $1 million to the social development reserve fund?
I'm going to second it to put it on the floor so we have a discussion.
Okay.
Okay, if I can speak briefly to that. We had an excellent presentation tonight from Circle Project, spoke to the fact that that the fund just hasn't increased in any significant way in around a decade. $1 million certainly is a lot of money, but when we consider the social impact of what that money had, it's significant. It's much more than $1 million. When Mr. Archibald from the Real Estate Association was speaking, I couldn't help but think, we can talk about taxes and how to, really affects the value of a house, but ultimately the value of a house, both tangibly the actual value price-wise, and also the value of living and maybe raising your family in a house is really about the quality of community. And this money in the Social Development Fund has such a broad impact. Some of it we can measure and some intangible of what it really does to make Regina a great place to live. So I'll leave it at that and just like to say I hope people support the motion. I think it's a great use of public funds. Thanks.
To the amendment. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I like the idea of at least looking at this, but I'm not prepared to put it on the budget item tonight. I think it is something that, again, we can look at and review, because to slap $1 million and then have to figure it out, I'd rather have a discussion on this at exec or somewhere like that, talking about it, figuring out a plan, because it's not only Circle Project, it's probably 50 other places. They came here. I appreciate what they've done. I know what the work where they do. I don't disagree that we have to look at that, but then maybe we can also have administration check with the other levels of government as well to see if some of that funding could come their way, because every time we set up a program, the three of us governments get together, 2 of them drop out, and then we're left holding the bag. And I think that's some of the things that have happened here. And I prefer if we could have our administration, the mayor even write a note or talk about taxation, getting more gas tax, et cetera, GST, all that kind of thing. I would rather see it happen that way, but I don't disagree with the function of the motion for sure. Thanks.
Mr. Schoberg, is it not clear what's being asked here?
Your Worship, just for clarity, the motion refers to the Social Development Fund. I think that's intended to be the community investment grants, just for clarity.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a slip of the tongue, but community investment. Yeah.
Good. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel similarly to Councillor Flagel. I think that this is an area that needs to be looked at, and it wouldn't surprise me. In fact, it would probably please me to see a little more money going into the Community Investment Grants Program, but I don't think this is something we can do tonight at this council. And I'd like to, without cutting off debate, I'd like to indicate, Mayor, that I would intend to move a motion that the proposed community investment grants increase be referred to the administration to prepare a report in the to be made back to council in the first half of 2016 on, 1, a recommended level of allocation to the Community Investments Fund, having regard to funding an appropriate number of applications, and 2, reviewing the process for community investment grants.
Is this a referral motion?
Yes.
Okay, so
it's notice. I mean,
you can't speak a second time, though.
Pardon me?
You can't speak a second time on an amendment. You only speak once. So the motion, what you have now.
This is a new amendment, however.
It's an amendment to amendment, but you can't speak after that, though. You can't speak now and then bring the motion back.
Oh, I see. So
Right,
I'll move it now in that case.
Move it now then. Okay, so let's make sure we have an understanding of what you want. This is an amendment to the amendment. Just. Yep. Councilor Hawkins, you want to help out on
would you like me to just, I wrote it out, that the proposed community investment grants increase be referred to the administration to prepare a report in the first half of 2016 on, 1, the recommended level of funding allocation to the Community Investment Fund having regard to funding an appropriate number of applications, and 2, reviewing the process for granting those applications.
This is a referral motion.
Point of order, if I may.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Given that this is this council's last budget, and given that not everyone has had a chance to speak, and given that Councillor O'Donnell has given notice of motion that he's going to have something very similar to this,
He still can speak, he still can do that.
he could still put a motion forward. Okay, but I'll just ask if people consider maybe voting down this referral so people can speak. If it doesn't pass, that's okay, but at least it gives a chance for us to have a
We can still
conversation.
set that
Thanks.
aside, and we can stand the one aside, just Councillor Hawkins, you can't speak to it again. But we can stand it aside as to be go forward. Is that correct? Seconder for that? You need a seconder for your amendment to the amendment. Seconder. Okay. Councillor Murray moves that. Okay. So that's in fairness to those who want to speak on the motion before Councillor Hawkins, I'll let that transpire. Then your referral motion will be activated. Other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Given this some thought, and we've talked about this notion of community investment grants on our floor before. This is not just for the Circle Project, which, by the way, when they made their request tonight, wasn't specific to them. They talked about the notion of community programming. And it is with that in mind that I was looking for some additional dollars. I will have to be honest with Councillor Fraser, the $1 million made me sit back a little bit. So on the $1 million tonight, I can't go there. But the idea is I wish to have a wholesome discussion about this, that we start to look at this. It's been a long time since as a council, this council and previous, that we looked at community grants. We stalled that dollars. I'm not prepared to do that anymore. So Councillor Fraser, to you, I'm just going to speak. I can't do the $1 million right now, and I won't support it. I am going to support Councillor Hawkins with the idea that we're going to put some dollars into this. Thanks.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not ready to support a dollar figure. However, I think that the important part of Councillor Hawkins' motion is that we look at the process as well. Because the process changed 3 years ago, and this would give us a chance to review that process and see if that's the one we want to use. So I think that two-level motion will accomplish what Councillor Fraser wants, as well as giving us a chance to look at the process.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Councillor Fraser. I appreciate where you're going with this. My caveat and my concern is that this does have an impact on, obviously we know the work that these organizations and groups do keep kids out of jail, and that keeps them from ending up in institutional systems that cost us as a community a tremendous amount. The real struggle I have is that municipal responsibility. And I get it, it partially is, but it really does take the responsibility off those that it could be a part of as well. Again, I appreciate the idea, let's tear down jails and build up schools, and that's the right thing to do, but at the end of the day, is that our responsibility? So I struggle with it, and like Councillor O'Donnell, I did sit back a little bit in my chair with $1 million. That's not a rounding error. We had some wholesome debate around $15,000, and we had a split vote on $15,000. Jumping to $1 million, I don't know that I can support that. I can support, however, a referral motion back, including those who are a part of that process. So making sure that those like Circle Project, North Central Family Center, Rainbow Youth, there are my understanding there's 56 different NGOs and CBOs that operate within the inner city community of our city. They should all be a part of that discussion. That's my comments.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you. Yeah, I too, I think I'm in that category that the $1 million scared me right off the bat, but certainly the intent I think is there and correct. If I could, just a point of clarification on Councillor Hawkins' motion about reviewing the process. When I was listening to the delegation, they talked about the adjudication process where they actually had a face-to-face meeting they were allowed, but they also sort of made a point around some of the criteria around a proactive policy versus that. So am I correct in thinking that process refers to criteria as well as kind of the steps in terms of, it's not just paper-based, it's
I'd ask him, the mover of the motion for that, the intent of the motion. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Worship. As the community continuously investing or applying to the grants, for the 2016. Just hearing from the circle project, discussion was that there's some difficulties, and because there's some deep changes have occurred, as we go into this motion, is there going to be any changes for, I don't know, are there going to be any changes for 2016? Are we changing anything in the grant now?
No.
So when is this going to, when are we going to see all this changing then? That,
It's in the motion, if we accept that.
Okay.
The referral.
so that's going to be another year, probably. When is that going to come back, Your Worship?
First half of 2016.
And, okay, and then it's going to come back to council for, it's going to come back to the council for, and when, for, when are we going to see the change?
Probably 2017, I would think, by the time we approve it.
Okay, well, I'm still questioning that, well, I know $1 million, I would like to see the community grant grow, but the concern is still for the 2016 to 2017, that there'll be still some struggles within the community trying to access the grant. So can someone help me out with this?
I don't know who can answer the question for you, Councilor Fernandera. The intent is to have the report back by the first half of 2016. Council can decide what it wants to do after that.
Okay.
With that information.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you can close. No, not yet. Other speakers? Councilor O'Donnell, can you take the chair again, please?
Go ahead.
I think like other speakers before me, Mr. Chair, the $1 million was a huge surprise, and certainly a much larger chunk, I think, than I'm comfortable with, and I hope other members will accept that. I don't have any issue with enhancing our funding under the grants program. But I think $1 million is just not feasible. But I also think what's even more important is actually the process for review. That to me is even more important, because I think there's a sense of inequity, there's a sense of loss of support, of a process that advances some, but it doesn't advance others. We're always going to have more requests than we have funds available, always. Right now, it's about half of people that don't receive any funding whatsoever. My question is one of process to Councillor Hawkins on his referral motion, and actually to the administration as well. Is it possible to do a review of the system as I understand what Councillor Hawkins wants to do? Is it possible to do this in the time frame stated in the motion?
Mr. Archer.
Your Worship and members of council, anything is possible. I think the level and extent of other reviews that are underway or that are already under discussion tonight makes the timing of this one and the implications for finishing it in the first half of 2016, again, possible, but highly unlikely in my judgment based on the discussion so far. Subject to discussions about resourcing, that would be my assessment right now.
Well, I certainly will support the motion. How it actually rolls out with the administration, we can receive advice on that. I don't hear a no. I hear lots of work, and I understand all that. I'll support that. I cannot go with $1 million. Just it's unsustainable. But I certainly support the motion of renewing the process, especially renewing the process, and injecting some more capital in this to provide greater certainty for community groups. You know, these groups who do receive this funding from us, I'm hoping they likely do look at other resources and don't depend strictly on the City of Regina for funding. It is about partnerships and broad-based community support. This is an expression of that, but not the sole source. So I will support the referral motion. Councillor Fraser to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, first off, I appreciate
yes, go ahead. Yeah,
I appreciate us having a frank and open public conversation with this. Also, Councillor Hawkins, I appreciate the spirit of your referral motion, and thanks, Mr. Mayor, for being a bit flexible and letting us all speak to it. A few points I'd like to make. Right now, about 40% of applications are funded. So to be clear, the little over $3 million we give, there's more than that doesn't get funded. So while $1 million sounds like a lot, to be clear, even if we were to add the full $1 million, there's still going to be 40% applications that are not funded. There's still applications that are not funded, not because they're not good applications. They're not funded because there's no money there to fund them. We've sort of danced around this one for 3 years now. Unfortunately, folks, this is our last chance. This is our last budget for this council. Next year, it's going to be, unless all of us end up getting elected again, boy, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Really?
I'm speaking to myself just as much as anybody else. Please, with all due respect, this is this council's last chance. This is this council's last chance. The next council might be very into community investment. They might put more than $1 million in. The next council might kick it down the road for another 4 years. We really don't know. So I encourage you to be brave and know that this really is investment money. It's not it's an expense, but in a way, it's really an investment in our future. It sounds like this will be referred. I would encourage Councillor Donald that even though we do refer this for process, if you were to put a motion forward for something less than $1 million, that would still be an option available to you and still have a process, still have something that would go forward looking at the process of how we allocate this money. So thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So we have the motion of referral. Takes precedence. It's an amendment to the amendment as a referral motion. Members are clear on the motion to referral. There's no debate on that. I'm going to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Fraser, you have a few minutes left on your time. You have just over 2 minutes on your main motion discussion.
Okay, thank you. I've one other motion to bring forward, and this has to do with holiday transit service. It's mentioned in our budget that last year this council decided through a referral motion to do a one-year trial pilot of holiday transit. The fact is, folks, that during our time on council, there's been about a 20% increase in ridership. There's a lot more people taking the bus. Fee increases have happened, so people who actually ride the bus are chipping in more. 25 cents a year last year, 25 cents a year this year, and 25 cents a year the year following this year before us here. Students have come forward in a big way, putting forward hundreds of thousands of dollars of their own money to support a better transit system. And today, the mayor even announced that Ralco Radio is promoting 2 free days of holiday transit, transit close to the holiday season here. Meanwhile, while we've made a capital investment to do with the UPass, without this funding, it's like council is actually pulling back on the resources put into public transit. The amount of money we're talking about, which would be about $90,000 to put on the table to offer holiday service on those 5 holidays that we offered it on last year, would amount to about 1/20th of a mill rate. So I implore you to support my motion, which is to offer holiday transit service on an ongoing basis here in Regina. Thank you.
Seconder for that?
I want to see the motion, but first and then I'll consider.
Can I just ask for clarification, Mr. Chair? Are we only talking about the 5 holidays that you did the pilot project on?
Yes. Yes, that's right. The same holidays we offered last year. Thank you.
Your Worship, if you're looking for a seconder, I would second that.
Okay. Annual basis. So just, Mr. Bells, could you outline the days, the 5 days that are being suggested here, so we all are clear on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we ran a pilot project in 2015 on the additional summer stat holidays. The 5 stat holidays that we piloted were Victoria Day, Canada Day, Saskatchewan Day, Labor Day, and Thanksgiving.
Okay, good. Okay, so we have a seconder for that. So speakers to it.
Who seconded? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Councilor Murray. Councilor Bryce, I think your hand's up first on the amendment.
Thank you. How much is this going to cost, just so we know?
Mr. Bells?
Mr. Mayor, what we had put forward was the the operating cost for this program for these 5 additional stat holidays was $114,300 in operating expense. In return, we will net roughly revenue of $23,500.
And how many riders does that equate to?
Mr. Bells?
Our 2015 pilot of these 5 stat holidays averaged roughly about 3,200 riders per stat holiday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hinks? Okay. You'll be on the main motion. You're the next speaker on the main motion. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. To you, question, would this be the best investment that we could do? That my question is, I mean, whatever we're spending, is that a best investment for transit for the citizen of Regina? Your Worship.
Mr. Bells?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the stat holiday proposal, where our normal ridership on a normal basis is 37% returns, our Sunday services 33% returns or revenues versus cost. These stat holidays are roughly 21% on a return on investment.
Okay. I'll reserve my questions for a little bit later. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, definitely in support. I mean, at the end of the day, we need to reduce our reliance on the traditional modes of transportation. More often we can utilize these services, but it goes a little bit beyond that too, because you've got people who work those days as well and need to have that transit service, and we've run into that as well. So all the way around, I can support this. I see good value in it. The question would be to the movers, do we know where we're going to look for the funding for that? Is there a place that we should suggest, or?
To the mover, you want to clarify that?
Yeah, I would speak to the proposed mill rate that's been since voted to
reduce. You want to raise it up again?
Sorry?
You want to raise it up, add it to the mill rate?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So if I could ask on that, if we were to go back to the mill rate, which we've been working tonight to try to reduce, if we had to go back to that, do we have a ballpark number of what we'd see the increase of that mill rate in order to accomplish this particular motion?
It would be the 114,300 would be the number, not the 90,000, because it's offset by revenue later in the year. So the actual ask is 114,300.
So that's about a 0.125 or something like that. If I'm not a mathematician or math whiz, I play one in real life, but so we're looking at about a 0.1. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? As much as I don't like that direction we're going in, I think the value that's here offsets the cost, and I think that investment is well worth it. So I'm going to support. Thanks, Your Worship.
Speakers on the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Simple question. Does this mean that there is only Christmas Day that we don't operate the bus service?
Mr. Bells?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's 2 stat holidays that we do not perform service on, is New Year's Day and Christmas.
Thank you for that clarity. So I am looking for a surety, and if you noticed, and some of those days are gathering days when people go to Wascana Park, when they go to large events. We don't want to leave people out. We're on the verge of welcoming more new Canadians to our city, and they have to be able to rely on transit. I think this is a small effort I'll be supporting.
Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. We just did this at Community and Protective, and did we not approve this to go forward and also 2 other days?
No.
Because was there not 7 days in total?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, no, it was at Community and Protective Services, but it was to, administration was not recommending the service to go forward, so that is why we have a motion.
Just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell, once again, if you could take the chair.
Go ahead.
I support the amendment. We do have a number of new Canadians coming here in the next year. Very, very important. We welcome them. we have more ridership. I think it's a good thing to do. We're talking about 5 days of the year here. But I will take just one clarification on some comments made earlier. This city is investing a lot of money in transit. The 5 buses for UPass is City of Regina purchased. It's a partnership, so we're all doing that. I'm struggling with how this is going to be financed. I'm struggling with, I don't want to see a mill rate go back up again. So I'm going to make an amendment, and I'm going to ask for a seconder, that for 2016, that the 114,300 come out of reserve, general surplus reserve, and that for succeeding years, the administration build this into its annual operating budget.
So,
for me, it's very important. Just one sec. Very important that we do this the right way. There was no notice to do this, so I think we should think it through. So that for 2016, the 114,300 come out of the general reserve, and that in succeeding years, this cost be built into the transit budget. Is there a seconder for that, please? Councillor Bryce? No, thank you.
Councillor Bryce did second that first.
I think it's self-explanatory. It meets the objectives of what I'm hearing around the table, and Councillor Fraser, but it also gives assurances with respect to taxpayers that we are not adding to the budget tonight. We are taking from reserves. It's a modest amount. So I'd ask members to support the amendment, to the amendment. Councillor Hawkins.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one question for clarification. The 114,300 figure, is that a gross figure or a net figure? Does that take into account the revenues from the ridership, or is it a gross figure?
It does not, but I just spoke about the city manager a moment ago. That would be the number we use for the budget. We would receive revenue later, not knowing what that would be.
Thank you very much.
Okay. On the amendment to the amendment, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I think that handles the one you had. So you have about a minute or so left on your time on the main motion to speak on the main motion.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to Councillor Hinks.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that the administration prepare a report on the feasibility of expanding bus service to Fairways West, Edgewater, and West Hill for 2017. Can I get a second?
Seconder for that? Councillor Bryce? Okay. You speak to it?
Yep. I've had a long discussion, and it was nice talking to Mr. Bells and Nathan about how we accomplished this, and I would really in talking to Mr. Bells, he talked to me about how school kids in the south end are getting a special bus going in and getting them. And I'd like to propose that we look at that right away, and just see if we can do something there. And if you could talk to the lady that called me, and I think Nathan has already talked to her, and maybe figure out how many high school students and school students there are out there, and look at the possibility of putting it in. And I thank you for all your advice and what we talked about.
Okay.
And that's just an undertaking. That's not part of the motion.
Okay. Do you want to just hand the motion, or so she can?
Yeah.
So, Councillor Hinks, if you sit down, that's your final speaking on the main motion.
You
have some time.
Fairways West and the whole West Hill part of town is really being left out when it comes to a lot of services. And I think it's really important that we do put the bus service in there in a good way. And there are a lot of high school kids in there. And, if we could get that part in the beginning and then get full bus service next year, it's really in need of the service. And it's almost like a little town up by itself that seems to, we seem to forget about. And I really want to see this pass for next year, and I'd like to see the school bus go in there like it is in the south end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. On the amendment, Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Are there any other areas in the city that we don't have bus service for? And what would they be?
Mr. Bells, skill testing question.
As far as, through you, Mr. Mayor, as far as residential goes, this is probably our next item that we need to address is the Fairways West area.
Okay. I was just thinking if there was anywhere else in the city that did not have transit service, we should look at them as well with this.
Other speakers to the amendment? Oh, Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hink's comments about additional school service in the upcoming year, that would require budget dollars to be able to do that. I would like to suggest that that falls in line with the proposed coming forward with a report looking at the area, which would include providing bus service in 2017 rather than 16.
It's in 17, isn't it? It's in 17, I believe. It's in 17. It's already in 17. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
The other part was just an undertaking.
Yeah. Okay, to the amendment. Other speakers? Councillor Fundura.
So Councillor Hinks was undertaking, but 2017, administration through your worship was going to bring the report back on the study, the cost.
The feasibility.
Feasibility and the cost
Yes.
and operational, all that stuff, right?
Yep.
And it'll bring back the best use of our dollars and all that stuff? Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you, Worship.
Good. Okay. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Hinks, you have about 2 minutes left on your discussion on the main motion on the budget. Are you okay? You're right. Okay. Other speakers to the main motion? Councillor Fundura.
Your Worship, how much time do I have on that?
You have 5 minutes.
I have 12 minutes? Wow. Okay.
No Polish.
No Polish? Okay. I have a question on the recommendation in 1A. Let me get back into this. Just clarification on 1A in recommendation says that the net levy requirement to be decreased for by 230,786 to reflect a decrease in funding required to support the new paratransit service agreement that will be effective July 2016. Is there I'm trying to find something on this. Is this got to do with the contract we signed? What's the meaning of this?
Mr. Onright will explain that.
Through you, Your Worship, when the budget information was being put together by Transit, the contract for paratransit was up, and the feedback out of the marketplace was indicating there would be a substantial increase in that contract, which had Transit put forward a $277,000 budget request at that time. When the actual contract was awarded and came through, it was only $47,000. So the reduction of what was published and what is required is $230,000. There will be no reduction of paratransit services.
Okay, so if anyone's listening when you was reading this, that's nothing to worry about paratransit losing any services, anything like that, Your Worship?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay, if I may ask you, to Your Worship, with the there's a savings. Is there an earmark for that? Because you said how much did we save on the negotiation for the contract then?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, I'll defer that to Mr. Bells.
Mr. Bells?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, it was a forecast that we provided. Every 5 years, we go back to market looking for a service provider to provide us drivers for our paratransit service. We forecasted.
Run.
Time limit.
Let's get out of here.
Okay, we'll continue on.
So when we went to when we were forecasting back in the spring, we were looking, the vendors were telling us that there was going to be quite an initial increase, as Mr. Onrait has said. And again, when we found out that the initial increase only for 2016 would be 47,000, this 230,000 has not been earmarked for anything. We were just forecasting that that was going to be our cost, that the vendors are going to charge us for 2016. We are still providing the 33 buses on the road and the 74,000 hours. So the 230,000 was in the budget as a forecast, and now we don't require it in 2016.
Okay, thank you for that. Then one more question. I think Councillor O'Donnell, in his points, they mentioned about the fats and greases and grease in our sewer system, and a mention of communication. What is the communication and what the cost of that would be or is, and how we're communicating on educating the residents of Regina, the cost that we ourselves are we are adding to our own lower bottom line when we introduce grease into our sewer system. Where are we with that? Where are we at with that program?
Ms. Wilson.
Through your worship, we are starting some communications with various producers of fats, oils, and greases, FOGs, through existing staff and existing funding. We do have a program that we're going to be looking at developing, which is to do with inspection and increasing how we manage that. That is the funding that is requested in the 2016 budget. That will include some engagement, largely with specific groups such as restaurants and gas bars and so on, car washes and that kind of thing. We will be continuing to build that program and would be expecting to come forward with further information for the 2017 budget.
Okay, just one more question or a comment on that one. Is this program going to be introduced into schools, Your Worship?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, we do expect to move into schools. We are beginning to work on this program with communications. And again, as we build out the program, we'll be able to establish what those costs will be and exactly how the program will roll out.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a couple more minutes on my...
You have about a minute.
Minute on the comment? I'll be quick. Running the city, it takes a lot of resources. So, I mean, the mill rate reflects that. We've been really thinking hard on that one, and I'm comfortable with that. Residents are asking us for residential street renewal. Making sure that the water is flowing and it's clean. Make sure when they flush the toilet, it runs the other way. Residents asking for community protection, meaning in the policing, and also fire protection. That's important also. That costs money. If you look at the community, renewing playgrounds, it invests in the community itself. When you look at a new playground, people take ownership of the neighborhoods and moving into the neighborhood, not move out. So I'm happy about that, and I'm happy to provide some of the funds to make sure that's happening. And again, investing in transit, investing in paratransit as we are listening to what's going on. Paratransit, some might ask, is that enough? I think we're doing a pretty good job. I mean, it might not be enough, but we're getting better at it. And the citizens need to understand that the 56% of the 100% collect tax, we only have 56% of that one. So 56% takes that's a small chunk of what we need to and how much we need to deliver our services. So when you look at the way the budget is right now, I am comfortable. So, Your Worship, I think citizens will be happy about what we're doing, and I'm definitely supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferndure. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess when I came, or when the budget was first presented to us from administration, I was very generally pleased, I think, at the strategic focus it had in terms of, I think, hitting all the right buttons. That when I read the overall budget sort of highlights and initiatives that it supported. I believe it kind of touched just about everything we were hearing from. I think what I was most also impressed with is the forward-looking, the strategic future focus, because there was a number of items here, like the largest ever 5-year capital plan, fixing more residential roads, continuous focus on the whole utility side. I think those are very strategic and important in terms of building the next future. So, like I said, I was very pleased. I thought we were very close. That, as every councillor did here, the general 2 comments were a little bit of just that general reaction to any kind of a tax increase. I think more importantly, I think there was probably more sensitivity to the utility side. So I think I'm even more pleased this evening to find out that we've been able to at least listen and try to bring down the overall tax increase as well as the utility rate. And I think the review next year will be important, especially as Councillor O'Donnell, I think, was eloquent in terms of highlighting the complexity of when we're talking about running a utility. And unfortunately, just about every point that Councillor O'Donnell raised needs attention, and money. So I guess just one quick closing question. Now that we've lowered this down to what it would be about 3.2, 3.1, in terms of competitiveness, we always compare ourselves to what the other 5 cities are doing. Have we heard what Saskatoon, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg are in terms of their budget deliberations for this year?
Mr. Archer? I believe that Saskatoon is 3.91, close to that.
Your Worship, members of Council, Your Worship, you're correct in your assessment of Saskatoon's recommended plan. It was starting out at the same point, exactly the same point we were. I'm not sure where it's landed, if it has yet. From an overall perspective, I would offer that our relative level of taxation is among the lowest in the country for major cities. In the Chamber of Commerce presentation, you heard some of those comparisons. Included in our plan are other details about the performance that we deliver for those costs. So being a low-cost government is an important strategic position. The capacity to perform services and at a level residents expect involves deliberations that you take on. In our budget this year, for the first time, there are some statistics that we're collecting and will continue collecting that show, relative to other municipalities, how we're performing. And there we are, again, relatively middle of the pack. There's examples of us suggesting that we're leading, and other cases where we have opportunities to learn from others. As we build trend information and as we reflect on our own approach to service delivery, I think what you'll find is overall, we are a competitive jurisdiction from a competitiveness perspective, and from a cost perspective, we will continue to be one of the lowest cost.
Thank you. I think from my perspective, in terms of the motion as amended, I'll be supporting this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and I'll be supporting too, because some of the things that I've been wanting, utility reduced, mill rate reduced, and the bus services, which we talked about at Community Protective, were good. Clarification on the 0.45% of the stadium revenue that for taxes. That is going to go to reduce that 25% that you said was our portion of the stadium, or is it for something else?
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, that allocation goes to pay for that 25%. So right now, that's issuing debt for the initial upfront costs, and the 0.45 that you referred to will pay that debt off over time.
Over time. So it's an ongoing 10+ years, right?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, the 0.45% would happen each year for 10 years and then finish. That money, that revenue obviously continues on and is used to repay the initial debt.
Okay. In the budget document, it said something in the neighborhood of $38 million of capital money goes to the stadium. That's for what?
Mr. Schoberg?
Your Worship, that represents the milestone payments that we'll make during the course of construction.
Okay.
So obviously our contract with PCL, the builder, allowed for certain payments during the construction period before substantial completion. Of course, the major payment happens when it is done, but that represents a portion of the construction work.
So that would, okay, so in that regard, the $30 million is the only thing the city has to put into next year's budget. What about the remainder? Are we on the hook for the the 25%, or are we on the hook for the 278 million, less any money we paid up to that point?
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, the 278 million had a number of funding
Yes.
partners, as you may recall, the province, the facility fee, the user fee portion, and the city portion. So all that is spelled out in the financial plan, and our immediate contribution in 16 is, as you mentioned, allocated in this budget. It's really the milestone payment portion.
So when 2017 rolls around, let's say September, the balance is due for our portion as the riders and the government and et cetera.
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, we have received some of that revenue previous. So in 2015, of course, we've received grant money. We've issued the debt, some of the debt already related to the stadium. So that payment will happen in 16, 17, and beyond.
Okay, good. No, that was really the only thing I had. I mean, reduced taxes and the utility rates were something that I was hoping that we could get to. And I'm glad we did, or so far we haven't officially approved it yet. But I think when we look at $27 million in change, spending it on road renewal, sewers, sidewalks, et cetera, that's a huge, it was like 47 kilometers. And we used to only do in the neighborhood of 30, 35 kilometers in a year. So if we continue to do that, maybe in 40 years we'll catch up. But if we can get another influx. But again, the question always has been, and I've asked it many times, is how much money could we actually spend? And it's typically been $25 to $30 million due to weather, staffing, equipment, et cetera, that we're only allowed. So for us to budget any more than $30 million a year for road renewal would just sit there and we'd be putting it back into next year's budget. The 2015 budget for snow removal, have we exceeded that number yet today? Because we've had a milder fall, winter, but everybody seems to forget that we had January, February, March, and April. Have we exceeded our budget? And what is that number today?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, no, we have not. Mr. Kyle will be able to provide some more information on the amount that's remaining in that budget. Yep.
Austin.
Through your worship, to date for a year, we've spent, end of October, we've spent approximately $6.6 million. We're estimating we've probably spent another $400,000 in November, which takes us up to $7 million. We figure we'll be somewhere, the way the weather has been right now, that we'll be somewhere probably $600,000 to $900,000 under budget.
Perfect. That's good to hear because we could get hit next spring or in the summer. So anyway, I'm all in favor of this and hope we can vote it in. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flanagan. Other speakers to the motion? Councillor O'Donnell, you take my seat, please. Before I begin my remarks, I just wanted, if the administration can tell us what exactly the mill rate will be given the motions before us. Do you know the exact number?
Mr. Archer?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council, if there are no further amendments, the plan would see a mill rate increase of 2.3% plus 1% for the dedicated road renewal program.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I have a couple of comments, and I want to start by thanking the delegations that came in this evening and spoke to the issue. This is democracy at its best. I want to thank the administration for the work they did to prepare the draft budget. It is not an easy exercise, and the measure of how good it is that we made amendments on the margin. We didn't dig into the budget and really take some of the foundation pieces away. But what we did do is we made a better budget tonight. It's a better budget now than it was when we got it because we have the overlay of council coming in to say this is what we've heard, this is what we'd like to see happen. We move forward on, I think, very much an important issue on utility rates. We heard what the public had to say about that. We've acted, with the administration providing advice on that. Transit, we provided better service. for 5 holidays, restored that service. We reduced the mill rate because we have additional monies that we didn't anticipate. We're not harming any allocation of budgets of our budget in 2016 because of this. So I applaud members of council for their vision and their work they've done in this one. It's a great day. A lot of work been done. This budget, Mr. Chair, speaks to the priorities of this council. It does speak to the roads that the 1% we put in, and I want to thank Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Young for spearheading this early in the term to say, look, we need to focus on this. This is an important element for this. And we heard last year, the year before, we heard it tonight of delegations who said this is a great thing. We support that. And that's I think, is foundational. $24 million plus looking at our infrastructure, bridges, sidewalks, and streets, the most ever. 5.7 to enhance our community, $16 million to improve our flood protection. We've had issues for the last couple of years. We all know about that. So the administration has recommended, and we have accepted, hopefully, on this vote, to say that's a great idea. $9.1 million for snow removal. Seems a bit counterintuitive or ironic, given where we're at today, but you never know. It's good planning. I am very pleased with this, and I'm going to support this, and I've asked all members to support this. A 2.3% on general operations, plus a 1% dedicated to roads. I think you can't shave it down much more than that without beginning to affect service. I'm very proud of the work done by the administration to get us here. I'm very proud of this council to focus on the attention of what matters most for our residents. And I would urge members of council to support this budget and let's move forward. It's our last budget we're doing in this term. So to that degree, I'm a bit sorrowful because while it is the most difficult time to deal with issues in the sense of the weight of the issues, I very much enjoy working with my council colleagues to form this budget with the administration. Look forward to the vote in a few moments. And Councillor O'Donnell, you'll be closing debate. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I have one question before I make my comments. I've been quizzed in the last while about employee numbers. What I saw in the document, what appeared in published print were different. So if I could ask clarification on the number of either full-time employees or employees that we have, please.
Good.
Your Worship and members of City Council, there was actually an error for the year 2012 in the newspaper article. In the year 2012, the number of full-time employees was 1,639. With that correction, the increase in the number of full-time employees between 2012 and 2014 was actually 93, rather than the 568 that was reported in the article.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, how do you feel about your first answer at council? Councillor Dowell, the time is ticking.
Thanks. So there was a couple of things that were not mentioned on the floor here as we discussed that are within the main motion. I just want to clarify the library will go through if we pass this so that the request was there. I don't think that people discuss this enough, and so I wish to make sure that it is read. In accordance with the Appendix C, Winter Road Maintenance Policy amended to include for the City of Regina to clear sidewalks that are adjacent to city-owned parks in Category 3 and 4 roads, requiring a budget of $149,000, and then that the policy be amended to include a requirement for the City of Regina to clear sidewalks that are adjacent to locations with no frontage. I just wanted to highlight those things. I want to acknowledge our staff. As the Mayor said, this takes a lot of work on you. I hope that you understood that we respected your advice. Thank you very much. I cannot finish without saying this. I want you to be very cautious and careful in the next year about downloads. I identified with one of the delegations about bridges. You know very well that we have been advised that not only $6.4 million this year, but also $7 million for the next 4 years Those are not our bridges. Those are bridges that were given to us. We have some work to do. I'll be supporting the budget.
There are no other speakers to the motion since Councillor O'Donnell closed debate. I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Councillor O'Donnell, 2 bylaws.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw number 2015-68 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Mr. Clerk? Quick off the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just administratively, Council has finished discussing the special tax levy for alley maintenance, and now we'll consider bylaw 215-68. If there's anyone in the gallery still at this time who wishes to address Council, I would ask you to indicate that at this time. There is no one, Your Worship.
We'll call the question on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that bylaw number 2015-68 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2015-68 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw number 2015-68 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
I have a second one?
Oh, another bylaw. I thought we did both of them.
Let's move all of them.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
So this was on cemeteries?
Okay. Go ahead.
Good, thanks. I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw 2015-66 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw number 2015-66 be read a second time.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2015-66 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
And finally, I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw 2015-66 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's
Move
carried.
adjournment.
Now we take a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It is our last budget that we've done for this term of office, and I want to, on behalf of Council, thank the administration for the last 4 budgets to bring us to where we are today. Thank you very much, and thank members of Council for their ongoing due diligence and hard work every day of the year. Thank you very much.